Yes, y'all. We are back. This is episode 51. We're almost at a year anniversary of when we began Shoot the Breeze. So I have to thank all of you in due time for making this segment of the Bitter Medicine podcast a hit. We'll be celebrating that in 2 weeks, I guess, a week or two. I see in the chat we have Raw, Ital, Vital, Vegetari saying, come with it. Thank you for being here. We got Daily Affirmations by Pauline saying good evening. The Pro-Black Perspective is here saying peace, fam. Jonelle is saying good evening. I want to thank all of you who are here and all of you who will be here during the course of the night. Let me drop the link early. So I just dropped the link in the chat. That's if you want to join the panel tonight. What we are going to discuss tonight is the Flint water crisis and how that proves that Black equals African people can't build in America. We're going to be talking about white people spreading diseases as usual. We're going to be talking about America's silent genocide, so stay tuned for what that is. We're going to be discussing how to make military-grade weapons at 1,000% discount. We're going to talk about grifters and to what extent grifters are doing a certain thing and should we be doing it too. We're going to talk about Haiti has no friends, not in Africa, not in the Caribbean. Haitians are all alone, apparently. We're going to talk about when the Foundational Black Americans, met up with the FWA, the Foundational White Americans. We're going to talk about low IQ sperm, apparently. And we'll be talking about Grandmaster Jay, who is facing some legal issues right now. He's from what's that crew called? At the NFC crew, the Not Effing Around crew. So we're going to talk about all those things, man. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Share on your social media. Remember, there's the clip feature. I saw the Pro-Black Perspective doing me a solid today, man. He put up 2 real good crisp clips today. You guys can check that out on his Twitter account, and I retweeted it as well. So use your clip button. You use the clip feature. Share it with your peoples. And on the other side of the introduction here, we will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. And I hope you guys will join me on the panel, those of you who are on your way. So let's start the show, and I'll talk to you guys on the other side.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the program. Mr. Untouchable, how are you this week?
I'm good, brother. How's yourself?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there, man. Can't complain. Thanks for coming through.
Yeah, man. No worries, man. Once again, one time around.
Yes, sir. We have some good topics tonight, man. I'm going to shoot the breeze topic number 1 tonight. Daily Affirmations by Pauline says she's not traveling this weekend, so can finally sit and enjoy the collage of topics. Yes, please do. And make sure you guys in the chat are commenting. You know, we kind of feed off of those comments as well as the panelists' thoughts during the show. So make sure you guys are dropping comments. So we got Lero here saying peace, loved ones. I always appreciate how Lero comes in. Shoot the breeze topic number 1 is Flint water crisis proves you can't build in America. Let me share my screen with you guys so you can see this video. So you guys should be able to see this right now. Let me do it full screen. And you know, this computer's kind of slow the last couple weeks, so bear with me. Let's watch this video, and on the other side, we'll discuss it.
Fuel. They added something to the coolant lines. They played with electronics, and that's not typical vandal stuff.
Less than a week after bringing free water to Flint, Moses West says the green machine he designed to do just that was vandalized.
Once they broke into the machine and they destroyed the generator, very technical. They knew what they were doing. It wasn't just, random vandalism, not at all. They destroyed the battery. They put metal in the fuel system. I saw that when I was cleaning the fuel filter.
West is a military veteran who travels across the country to areas in crisis, bringing a machine he designed like this one that literally makes fresh water out of thin air. He put the green machine out for people along Saginaw Street on Thursday and was hoping to make a big impact. He says before the vandalism, they were giving hundreds of people free water every day.
You got to look at, I'm making anywhere from 1,200 to 2,000 gallons of water a day. You give it away for free. That's a lot of money out of somebody's pocket someplace.
West says that he can only speculate as to why someone would try to destroy something that was just trying to help the community.
West says he hopes to have the green machine back open and working again soon, with some anti-vandalism features added as well.
It actually sits in the air. I sit it on the ground because the ground was a little bit unstable for it to sit on the legs, but now I've got all support for the legs. All 21,000 pounds of it will sit up in the air and make it harder for people to get to do devious things to the machine.
In Flint, Rachel McCrary, WNEM TV 5.
Yeah, there you have it. Just random, quote unquote, supposedly, allegedly random acts of vandalism. But you hear how he's speaking about it, right? You hear how he's speaking about it, so you know what's up. Let's welcome in Oni to the panel today. Oni, how are you this week?
I'm great. Just chilling, celebrating almost a year of the breeze.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. Gas them up is here. Gas them up. How are you?
Gentlemen, how are you guys? I'm driving, so pardon any noise in the background.
All right. I was looking for y'all last night, but I see y'all wasn't on last night.
Yeah, no, basically, the topic, I try not to get on if I haven't formulated it.
Right.
And so Tan was on. She's away. Jose was kind of away, so I said I'll wait. But don't worry. The next 2 weeks are going to be a goodie. The topics are going to delve into the occult and expose some of the things that we do in the modern day. So we'll touch on it.
All right, thanks for that, man.
Yeah, what's up, Oni? What's up, Gas? What's up, Oni? What's up, Gas? Yeah.
What's going on, brother? On top of you?
Yes, sir. The House Reality Podcast is in the chat saying peace, fam, daddy duty. So we'll be popping in and out of the stream, but looks like good topics. Look forward to the discussion. Mr. Untouchable, you saw the video just now. You see the prompt. Do you think those two things correlate?
No, I don't think they really correlate. There are plenty of people who are doing constructive things. Black people, when I say people, Black people doing constructive things inside of America. That is proven to be successful. I just think that wherever he placed this machine, it should have been protected. In particular, the people in the community. And I don't see how, because I'm curious whether it was people within that community that came in and destroyed that, or someone from an outside. Now, he said that the person who would have destroyed it knew what they were doing. So more than likely, it was someone coming from an outside, coming in within that community to destroy that. And I'm saying that somebody should have seen that. Because you have people outside all hours of the night in Black communities. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering how that would have happened, whereas nobody would have saw it, because their mothers have to drink that water, their grandmothers. So why would you permit someone to come inside your community and destroy something that was helpful to the people who you love and respect? You gotta be able to protect your community. But I don't necessarily see a correlation between this title and what happened in this community.
I'll add something here, something that I noticed. And I'm not saying that it is these folks who did it, although I suspect possibly. But you'll notice something in Black communities in America, especially here in New York. There'll be a random white boy just walking through 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, and no one touches the dude. No one steps to the dude. No one asks him, "Yo, what the fuck are you doing around here?" Right? But if you go in their neighborhoods, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, you go up on Eastern Parkway there by the Jewish neighborhood. I forget what their police are called. Their police will come in and follow you until you come out their neighborhood. So it's just interesting.
Absolutely on site. The two of the most safest people. I mean, this is funny to me. The two of the most safest people I found in any Black community is a random white person and a Chinese person. They can go in and out a Black community and nobody bothers them. And it's almost like they have nigger repellent. It's an amazing thing, because a Chinese person will work in a Black community, in a when I say community, I talk about a ghetto, the ghetto of the ghettos.
Yeah.
And no one would ever rob them. I really don't see a lot of that, and then a random white boy, that guy was able to come up into that store in the Black area, and to me, automatically all eyes on you. I can ignore you, because you are something that is completely different from something that I'm used to seeing. So I'm looking at you. So on his first action, I'm gonna react. So nobody was paying attention. So it's just a fascinating thing. I feel that happens, that really goes on within our community, that I always question. I always question that.
Meanwhile, you miss and drive slow down one of these blocks. These dudes will be ready to light up your car. They're wondering, who are you? But this white boy, this Asian guy, for the most part, could walk through these neighborhoods and it's no problem. Oni, you saw the video and you see the prompt. Do you think this is a good example of why you can't really build in America?
Yeah, I think it's a good example of what it means, like of just the real world. Shout out to Gas Them Up, obviously, but sometimes Gas Them Up says, let's go back to the traditional, way of being, and I feel like this, I guess they call it atmospheric water generator, right? This atmospheric water generator is an example of the traditional way of being. You're like, hey, I have this technology. I can provide you with water, free. Don't worry about it. It don't matter, whatever. But like the real world or the white world around you, the real world has white folk,
Yes.
and white folk see that you're doing something that can cut into their pockets because, the man made sure to mention that, his device is cutting into somebody's pocket, if the white man sees that you cutting into his pocket, he's going to try to do something about it. And it's not like, and it got nothing to do with the fact that you're black, because I remember reading stories of, white bakeries, if you open a bakery next door to another bakery, time moves forward and the two bakers' sons are going to have at it. You know what I mean? Like they're going to start fighting. And this is like white boys. It could be like in Italy or whatever country. And that's the reality that, the fact that everybody's looking for $1, everybody's looking for $1, and we're not really of that spirit in a sense, or not even say that we're not of that spirit, but if we approach this world from the traditional, hey, look, why don't I just help everybody, right? Why don't I just provide for everybody? If we approach the world in that way, right, we're going to be blindsided by the reality that you're surrounded by wolves, you're surrounded by predators, and the thing is this, that not only were you surrounded by predators when you were in Africa, you damn sure surrounded by predators when you were in America.
You mentioned about the side by side, like the baker's sons amongst white folks, right? But you'll see in America, you'll see two Chinese restaurants right next to each other, and they don't seem to be in a quarrel, or they're right across the street from each other or something like that, and they don't seem to be in a quarrel. So do you think this is more so a European mindset?
Well, I think it really has to do with scarcity or just regular economics. Like the Chinese man, night next door to, like, they're getting good money off of black folk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you could, it's like Starbucks. I mean, Starbucks is the same company, but it's like when you're making good money, that's another thing too. Like all these Chinese stores are pretty much the same company. You know what I mean? Like they're just enterprises to get their children, in like colleges, like in Western colleges, that's pretty much it. It's just something to fund. And so they're all like family enterprises, all of them kind of invited via family. It's a whole network. They're coordinated, so on and so forth. In if you're talking about like Italian immigrants, for instance, with the whole mob and mafia, like they all look out for each other somewhat. But like if you're talking about in Italy, where or even like in situations where money ain't right, you know what I mean? And of course, with white folk, money being the end all be all, when that is the case, then of course they're gonna fight. I think maybe the Chinese probably gonna fight. Maybe the Chinese fight in China. In fact, as far as I understand, there are quite a few gangs running shit in China or Japan at least, and all that stuff. But yeah, I mean, I don't think I think what happened inside of America is that it's not, scarcity. It's not like, you're not going to get $1 when you open up, because every black man wants, General Tso's chicken. You know what I'm saying? And, like who don't? You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just, but I'm saying, like they want it, So I don't think that's the reason why the Chinese are well behaved. I think that it just has to do with the fact that they're not, suffering at all. Like right. They brought these other people in on invite, like they're doing the each one reach one,
Yeah. And a lot of that business, actually, they when you talk about business with the Chinese and stuff, their businesses are coordinated by their mob, by their mafia. So like in New York here, a lot of these Chinese folks, they get all their raw materials through the Chinese mafia in Little China, whatever it's called, in Manhattan. Like that's a known thing. And so that's how they cut down on cost and all this stuff. This is why they could sell that Chinese food for so cheap too, by the way.
Yeah, because like how they get out that menu everywhere and the same chicken, like how they do that? Like
same menu, yeah, it's coordinated, heavy. Gas them up. Are you able to respond?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I mean, at the end of the day, I guess I look at it like this. I'm not saying because when I tell people about the pre-colonial or whatever, it's largely philosophical, right? It's largely metaphysical. Obviously, you still got to go to work and pay your bills. You can't, rub three crystals together and sleep in the park. Like that's great. You should rub three crystals together and sleep in the park, but that's not going to pay your current day rent, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, when you're creating atmospheric water generator, sometimes we got to learn to be more stealth-like. I think part of our problem is we announce things too much. We talk about
You're breaking up there a little bit.
running. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Say the last
I'm just
few
saying.
words again.
Yeah, we're not stealth-like, basically. So, we need to learn to operate with stealth. That's what I would say to that problem.
I feel you on that. Thank you for that, Gaston. Yeah, I mean, I saw this because this is, of course, this is a pretty old story. But to me, I saw it, and what I got from it too, because again, this black man is not a dummy, right? He knows the way this thing was built wasn't no regular street dude or child or something breaking into this thing, number one. And number two, they weren't some regular folks who could destroy it in the way that they did. And it just reminds me of all the stories of sabotage, all the stories of destroying black neighborhoods in America that were prosperous, all the things like stealing black people's inventions and all this kind of stuff. It just reminded me of that. And to me, it's a little bit of a sign of you really can't build in America because this guy, right, is providing water to people who have poisonous water, right? Sure, it's cutting into people's water selling profits, but as far as I'm concerned, right, the thing that they try to push in front of you all the time is how people are donating bottles of water and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So why is it then, if people have poisonous water coming out of the tap, right? If you really care about anything, you would say, okay, let them have the machine, let them get their clean water until we fix this problem. You know what I mean? But this is definitely sabotage. And to me, it's something that I always see in history in America. Any last words from anyone here? Kevin Carre is in the chat. He says like, share, and subscribe. Go ahead.
You would think that the government wants that. But if the initiative is slow poisoning or slow genocide, then they write on purpose. See,
right.
Many people forget about Tuskegee. While people sit back and watch, there was slow poisoning of men for years.
Mm-hmm.
And we think that our government don't resort to these kinds of skullduggeries, or these kind of skullduggeries don't exist in so-called in the modern age. But these people are still up to the same tricks. So I feel that the brothers them who are really up all night doing God knows what. Since this thing is providing a service not only to themselves because they self-interested, but to the mama who they love, their Grammy who they love. There's this thing right here. I feel if he had explained what this actually is doing, and it's in fact clean water and it's not harmful and y'all could drink this for free, that's supposed to be something that was hands off. And anybody who F with that, they had to feel the wrath of the same street dudes who will kill you if you're wearing the wrong colors in that area.
Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. This is what we have to be more vigilant too, man. If you can't, and my last word on this is, if you can't protect this thing that this guy used his brain to engineer, right? You can't protect that. Then what good are you? Like in some way, well, let me not say that, but like, what good are you? You know what I mean? That's my takeaway from that. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 2, if there's no last comments here. KW7 in the chat said, water should be free but not according to Urugu. Yeah, they are pushing to privatize clean water and stuff.
Yeah, let me actually add to that too, because that's another thing we don't really consider when KW.7 said water should be free. We could talk about. I mean, I think somebody mentioned about water was being donated, right?
Yes.
So we should talk about what about these charities making big money off of Flint, Michigan, donating water bottles or what have you. They probably another people who could lose out if black folk are not showing up to the charity, because black folk are not, going up for the photo opportunity. And instead they're like, hey, I don't need your donated water. I got this dude right here. Give me water. So then, these charities, liberal guys are like, where you getting water from? How you not coming to me for your water? And they probably messed up this guy right here. I mean, I'm not saying that's what the case is, but
it's possible.
There's a long list of suspects, Yeah,
we have to be more vigilant. Brother Bakari is in the chat saying, what's up, wholesome panel, and the chat. So he's shouting out everyone.
Peace, bro.
What's up, big bro? What's up, big bro?
Yes, sir. Peace to that, brother. Should the breeze topic number 2 is white people spreading disease as usual. This came with a link. I think it's an article. Let's check it out. So, yeah, this is from, I guess, the WHO. They're saying that nearly 200 cases of monkeypox in more than 20 countries. So, this is supposed to have an audio article. It's taking long to load. The World Health Organization says nearly 200 cases of monkeypox have been reported in more than 20 countries, not usually known to have outbreaks of the unusual disease, but described the epidemic as containable and proposed creating a stockpile to equitably share the limited vaccines and drugs available worldwide. During a public briefing on Friday, the UN Health Agency said there are still many unanswered questions about how the current epidemic arose, but there is no evidence that any genetic changes in the virus are responsible for the unprecedented epidemic. Quote, the first sequencing of the virus shows that the strain is not different from the strains we can find in endemic countries, and this outbreak is probably due more to a change in human behavior, said Dr. Sylvie Bryand, who's director of pandemic and epidemic diseases. Earlier this week, a top advisor to WHO said the outbreak in Europe, US, Israel, Australia, and beyond was likely linked to sex at 2 recent raves in Spain and Belgium. That marks a significant departure from the disease's typical pattern of spread in Central and Western Africa, where people are mainly infected by animals like wild rodents and primates, and outbreaks haven't spilled across borders. On Friday, Spanish authorities said the number of cases there had risen to 98, including one woman whose infection is directly related to a chain of transmission that had been previously limited to men, according to officials in the region of Madrid. Doctors in Britain, Spain, Portugal, Canada, the US, and elsewhere have noted that the majority of infections to date have been in gay and bisexual men, or men who have sex with men. The disease is no more likely to affect people because of their sexual orientation, and scientists warn the virus could infect others if transmission isn't curbed. WHO's Bryand said that based on how past outbreaks of the disease in Africa have evolved, the current situation appeared containable. Hold on. Still, she said, WHO expected to see more cases reported in the future, noting, we don't know if we are just seeing the peak of the iceberg or if there are many more cases that are undetected in communities, she said. As countries, including Britain, Germany, Canada, and the US, begin evaluating how smallpox vaccines might be used to curb the outbreak, WHO said its expert group was assessing the evidence and would provide guidance soon. Dr. Rosamund Lewis, head of WHO's smallpox department, said that there is no need for mass vaccination, explaining that monkeypox is not spread easily and typically requires skin-to-skin contact for transmission. No vaccines have been specifically developed against monkeypox, but WHO estimates that smallpox vaccines are about 85% effective. She said countries with vaccine supplies could consider them for those at high risk of the disease, like close contacts of patients or health workers, but that monkeypox could mostly be controlled by isolating contacts and continued epidemiological investigations. Given the limited global supply of smallpox vaccines, whose emergencies chief Dr. Mike Ryan said the agency would be working with its member countries to potentially develop a centrally controlled stockpile, similar to the ones it has helped manage to distribute during outbreaks of yellow fever, meningitis, and cholera in countries that can't afford them. We're talking about providing vaccines for a targeted vaccination campaign for targeted therapeutics, Ryan said. So the volumes don't necessarily need to be big, but every country may need access to a small amount of vaccine. Most monkeypox patients experience only fever, body aches, chills, and fatigue. People with more serious illnesses may develop a rash and lesions on the face and hands that can spread to other parts of the body. That's that story. Nearly 200 cases of monkeypox in more than 20 countries. In the chat, the Harsh Reality podcast says smallpox remixed. They're even using the smallpox vaccine to treat it, I believe. There's nothing new under the sun. These people love to rename afflictions and known phenomena. Earlier, the Harsh Reality podcast said water is free, plenty of ways to collect it. However, purifying it and bottling it isn't. So again, Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is white people spreading diseases as usual. Only, what did you hear that piqued your interest in this story, if anything?
Well, I mean, I don't know about piqued interest, but but you know, just the queers getting it. That's
funny to me.
You know, that's obvious, right? I mean, like I said, it's not my interest, but
yeah.
but yeah, I mean, like, you know, ain't nobody worried about no. I mean, that's the trouble with this. Like, they would tell you that we are repeatedly bombarded with some other story, one or another. This one, like, and like sometimes you just gotta like kind of hold it in, like this, you know. Oh man, 200 cases in 20 countries, like that's rare.
Yeah.
You know, like not even 200 cases, nearly 200 cases.
Yeah.
And then plus on top of that, just contain that shit. What are you trying to scare everybody for? You know, like what do you? I mean, not to say that I'm not gonna ask what do you get from that, but like it's kind of like that story of the boy who cried wolf. You know, it's like maybe you get something from calling wolf all the time, right? But eventually, like, people ain't even gonna believe you when there is a wolf. You know, like this monkeypox story. So the queers got it. Big deal. Like just don't be queer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, problem solved. Like, stay
what I gotta do with me, man? Don't put a real story for them. Like, if you said the straights get it, now it's like holy shit. You know, you know, if you get too much bum, all right, let me tune.
Yeah, some sissy shit. But anyway, Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
No, the brother asks, you know, what's the purpose of fear mongering? And I feel like the purpose of fear mongering sometimes for different reasons. Sometimes it's for control purposes, in particular by governmental entities. Sometimes it's just to solicit monies, you know, get them fearful so they'll donate donations, you know. But when this article first came out about this monkeypox, the face of it was actually black. You know, and when they discovered that the majority of the cases were in European countries, I think that one African country or one leader of African country responded to it. It's like, well, why is all the features or the pictures that we see are with black bodies or black hands and things like this of this so-called monkeypox? It's like, you all need to change that. The majority of people who are catching these cases are Europeans. So you all need to change the face of this. So that's why you see that body with the white guy with the pox on all over his skin, because that really wasn't the original face of the so-called monkey virus. But I personally think that this may be, I could be wrong, it may be a reaction from all the chemicals people took for, what do you call it? The COVID.
C-19.
Yeah. It might be a reaction
Yeah.
Who knows, man? But as long as Oni was saying that it could be contained, it's only 200 cases so far we know of.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it could be contained and it could be a non-starter, hopefully.
They did the same. They did similar things with HIV and AIDS too. By the way, if you're old enough to remember, man, when that thing really first hit, that was Rock Hudson and them, these white actors and them, who had that stuff, man. And then after Magic came out and announced that he was HIV positive, they kind of changed the face. All of a sudden, Africa had all these millions upon millions of cases and stuff like that, and the face of it became like black folks for a minute there. And that's something they like to do. Gas them up. What say you to this?
I mean, you just pretty much said it. This is the game. This is what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to we have to be aware. We have to move in stealth. I think we have to start organizing amongst like-minded people and take a step back. Because these are diabolical people, man. They're very diabolical people. They'll come up with anything in the lab to kill you, and this is how they get down. And it's just crazy.
I agree. I want to second that. I think that there's too much of it. It's too much of sloganeering. People always getting on the media and showing the world must know what you're doing in your community. Some things should be done in-house, man. Some things should be done privately. But if you insecure, you want people to be impressed by you all the time. Sometimes you must do things in stealth, like the brother was saying. I agree with that completely. It's not the fact that one day they may not find out. Hopefully, when they find out, it might be too late. But I think that this social media business we under, this spell, my brother would say the spell we under right now.
Yeah.
I think that the idea of it is we need to sometimes we need to just cut out this social media consumption, and when we decide to move, it's not necessarily for publicity. People think that the mafia has died. Some people actually believe the mafia has died since they got Gotti and all those gangsters went to the mafia, and there they just gone underground. As a matter of fact, one of the main reasons why Gotti was what happened to him is because he was too public.
He was flashing.
Sometimes you gotta move in stealth, and I really would like to second that. And that's something I feel like it's horrible within our communities, man. Horrible.
But I'd like to throw this out there too. Then, by the way, Daily Affirmations by Pauline said in the Bahamas, it was said that the Caucasian tourists and European tourists gave it to the natives who slept with them. Yeah, that was the talk when I was a kid.
That's possible.
That was the talk. It was always some white woman tourist came
That's possible.
And dropped that stuff off, right? The thing I wanted to say is, like, we gotta blame ourselves, like you guys are saying, but I'm saying I think a little bit differently. We gotta blame ourselves for always consuming their waste, though. If this is something, like even the fact that this is a prompt, right? It's good for us to discuss it, but the idea that this is happening, there's like 200 cases and spread across 20 or so countries, and it's mostly affecting gay folks, queer folks or whatever, Caucasians, right? We should probably we should acknowledge it so that those who are queer in our communities don't go over there and get it from them, etc. But why are we always kind of consuming their nonsense and then and then internalizing it? What is it about us when it comes to these folks, right, that we must take on? That what's the old saying again? We sick boss. What is it about us that we still to this day have this we sick boss type thing when it comes to these people? Let me start with Oni on that one.
Yeah, I actually just remember something. So I'm going to, I think my friend wanted to like I guess take my son, like me and her supposed to bring our children to to the park. You know, she has children, I have children, right? So whatever, right? So, but she live in the hood, right? So I don't usually go through, at least not this hood particularly, right?
Okay.
On the bus, minding my business, right? This woman walking by with some derriere, you know what I'm saying? Like she had a body on her, and I'm saying to myself, like what you just said, right? Now, you got these white scientists investigating, blah blah blah. We should have, like, if we had our own independent news or our own independent scientists, you probably have our own scientists. Now, this might be a little bullshitty, but you might have our own scientists investigating where she get that from. You know, no, but for real though, it's like you're supposed to be investigating your own problems. Like you said, these are 20 damn countries that got nothing to do with you.
Yeah,
right? You know, you ain't never been to Denmark. You know, you definitely ain't trying to go to Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, unless your name is Michael Vance, you ain't trying to go to Ukraine, right? You know, the point is that this ain't got nothing to do with you, but you got all, like, because I'm not saying that there's any sort of random diseases going around in our communities, you know, unique to our people or whatever. But how would we know? We don't even know. Like it could be, you know, like we don't believe that, you know, let's say this monkeypox, you know, this monkeypox is all nonsense, but you could have, you know, 500 cases of this kind of thing in the middle of the ghetto, and is that international news? You see any you know, Swedish people reading? Oh, they got this going on in Detroit. No, and like I said, like even if it was something positive, like you know, just giant diarrhea. You know what I'm saying? Like just giant diarrhea, just running around, some viral strain, just making all these women, you know, get BBLs for free or whatever. I don't know, right? You don't, and I shouldn't say BBL, I should say ABL, right? You know, but anyway, but the point is that but like we're not investigating our own stuff, and all we're doing is waiting on this white boy to tell us, you know, when to jump, you know, when to mask up, when to do this, when to do that, and it's like, but where are our scientists? You know?
Yeah.
I remember one time when I was organizing, this brother would always ask me, he'd be like, "Where's your lab?" You know, and like that's a good question. Where are our labs? You know, where are we investigating? Because you know, we have that story of the sister with the immortal Henrietta Lacks, right? Like, how these white boys find that first?
Yeah.
This woman living her whole life, she near her death, and then they're like, "Damn, you got some good genes." How in the world is she living her whole life, surrounded by black folk, and then none of them know she got some good ass genes?
Yeah.
You know, and how many other black folk had, you know, the same or better, right, or near, right? And none of us know. They, like right now, you got like a petri dish, right? A petri dish of black folk with great genetics walking around. Like I said, you know, this woman, you know, I almost got out of the bus. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I did it because you know, I saw the other brothers looking. I was like, okay, but like, you know, and that's not like, that's obviously a small thing. You know, it wasn't really small, but you know, that's obviously something that's not too important. But the point being that, you know, we should be analyzing and doing all that kind of stuff, and the fact that we are here looking at 20 damn countries that ain't got nothing to do with us, right, tells us, you know, well, and like a bunch of queers, no less. You know what I mean? Yeah. Not like, oh, these are black folk in Denmark. No, it's just like a bunch of queer white folk, you know, eating, you know, I don't know, but you know,
sissing around.
You know what I'm saying? Sissing around. Like that got nothing to do with me. That should just not even been a story. You know, it shouldn't have been a story.
Yeah, I agree. Mr. Untouched, we want to add something there?
No, the brother was right on, and not only that, I think he also, where are scientists, which is a very important question, because when people think of science, you asked an initial question, why is it that we seem to be chasing this? And I believe that we still have under the false impression that the white boys are the standard, you know what I mean, of humanity. The way things are so-called properly done, and we need to really disabuse our people. And I think slowly that they are walking away from it. Slowly. You know, slowly. You know, I don't know it could be completely, but slowly I feel like as we talk across borders, across countries, across seas and distances, we come into the same kinds of conclusions. So, and the conclusion really is we need to really, you know, disabuse ourselves at that so-called standard and develop our own. I think that's one of the most important things that we must do. But as far as The brother was talking about scientists. The only black scientist right now that I could really say that who is in popular culture among many black people is Ricky Kittles. That's really it. I mean, it would like who most people would probably know about, and he is in genetics. And the reason why he is able to function the way he does is people needed. People have an interest in the DNA samples, that the family histories, and so forth. So he is able to solicit and garner money for people for that particular effort. But I feel like Kittle's usefulness could be used in other ways. But so far, since we have the fascination first and foremost with our history, you know, people, black people have seemed to be interested in putting money into that so-called enterprise. But I feel like the way we get our scientists pushed out there in the field of scientific research that benefits our own communities is we have to pay into that, because research is very expensive. You know what I mean? And if the brothers them would rather buy Jordans
Yeah.
than finding out what's the cure for sickle cells anemia, what you think they gonna do? They gonna get them cigarettes. They gonna get them cigarettes, man. They gonna buy them 40s. So I feel like man, the scientists could talk with the marketers and find out how to market whatever whatever the field of interest may be within our community, market it well so people will pay into it, show that it could be a benefit to the mass public, or a whole lot of black people, where they would be interested in paying into it, and also make it interactive. See, Kittles not only offered the research, but he said, well, here's how I could benefit you if you was to send your samples here. So I think that it have to almost be like a 360 approach. But that's really the only famous scientist I really could lay my hands on, man. It's not a lot. It's not a lot, but I think it's the research and it's the funding that causes us to be so weak in that field of study.
Yeah, you have a point there. I've talked about it in the past on the show. That Kittles guy too, if I'm not mistaken, he was involved with I talked about this on the show. He was involved with the African burial ground stuff here in Brooklyn. He's from like New York somewhere here. It's the funding that's the problem. They basically can deny you funding based on your focus, right? They could just come with some bullshit and say, well, that doesn't serve the greater whatever. Which is why you see black PhDs doing research. I see them all the time. Not in comparable numbers to European researchers, but I see them. And when you look at their research and you're like, why are you, in your head, you're saying, why are you looking at that? We have all this hypertension problem. We have all this food-related diseases problems, and you guys ain't lifting a finger to look at that stuff. And ultimately, it's because of the funding. But where I have a problem with them is that you could always do something on the side. But we too, as people, need to organize. Need to organize our monies for research and development and stuff too. Gas them up. You want to add anything to this?
No, everything's been said for the most part.
All right. The House Rally podcast says, yes, they push the AIDS in Africa heavy. People don't realize HIV and AIDS are not synonymous. Lack of nutrition can cause AIDS, or lack of white blood cells can cause AIDS. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, I personally know of a story where a British wealthy man who was visiting married a Bahamian girl from an out island. When she fell ill, she found out he had AIDS. I'm sorry to hear that. And she died from it, despite the most expensive medical attention. Wow. Okay. The Harsh Reality podcast says, easy answer. They control the media, and our people are the largest consumer of entertainment. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says to Mr. Untouchable, we'll research Ricky Kittles. Yeah, I think his name is Rick Kittles, but yeah. If there's no last words on that prompt, let's go to Shoot the Breeze prompt number 3 tonight. And if you're out there listening, if you want to, you can join the panel. The link is in the chat. Let me post up this link here. We'll watch the video when it comes up, and then we'll discuss it afterwards. In the meantime, let me put the link in the chat for those who want to join the panel.
Hello and welcome to Gravitas Plus. I'm Palki Sharma Upadhyay. The date is the 26th of June, 2021, and murder is a crime in every country that I can think of. States that encourage, assist, or commit homicide.
Hold on a second.
Rogue.
I'm having a bad.
It is the 26th of June, 2021, and murder is a crime in every country that I can think of. States that encourage, assist, or commit homicide are called rogue, a term often used for these countries. Now I want to show you a video, and I want you to take a wild guess and tell me where it's from. This is not El Salvador. This is not Honduras, not Venezuela, not even Virgin Islands or Jamaica. This is the United States of America. What you just saw is terrorism. In the United States, they call it gun violence. Incidents of terror like this strike America almost every day. There were 48 such incidents in June alone. The total number of people killed, 53. In May, there were 69 incidents of gun terror, 53 in April, 48 in March, 43 in February, and 35 in January. Total number of people killed, at least 336. Total number of people injured, more than 1,200. We are not even 6 months into 2021. In 2020, there were at least 615 cases of gun terror. Total number of people killed, 521. More than 2,500 injured. When terrorists attacked a school in Afghanistan in May this year, America called out the quote-unquote senseless targeting of innocent civilians. In 2020, at least 10 schools in America were attacked. How did Washington respond? By doing nothing. Let's rewind some more. In 2019, at least 441 people were killed because of gun terror in America. In 2018, 322. Total number of people killed in the last 4 years, 1,620. How did the US respond? By doing nothing. 2,900 plus people had died in 9/11, and in response, America invaded Afghanistan. But more Americans have been killed by guns at home than in all its wars abroad. The First World War, the Second World War, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the so-called global war on terror. What is Washington doing about it? Nothing. Any idea why? Because the fault line is at home. America does not like acknowledging it. The Constitution of America gives every American the right to bear and carry arms. As a result of which, today you have more weapons in the US than people. 393 million firearms for 327 million people. And this is just the official figure. The US has 4% of the world's population, but 46% of the entire stock of privately owned arms. This is more than the next 25 countries combined. Why do so many Americans need arms? Anyone above the age of 18 can buy shotguns or rifles. Anyone above the age of 21 can get handguns. There is no need for a license. One just has to pass the NICS, the National Instant Criminal Background Check System. This takes less than 10 minutes. Would you believe it? And in many cases, the NICS fails to flag a criminal. I'll give you an example. In 2017, 30-year-old Devin Patrick Kelly arrived at a Texas church wearing black tactical gear, a ballistic vest, and a black face mask featuring a skull. He was carrying a Ruger AR-556 semi-automatic rifle. He killed 2 people outside the church, entered it. A Sunday service was on. Kelly methodically killed 25 worshippers, pausing only to reload his rifle. Turns out, Kelly should not even have been allowed to buy that rifle in the first place. This man was once convicted in a domestic violence case. And this was while serving in the Air Force. He was court-martialed. But the Air Force forgot to update that in the FBI database. The next thing you know, Kelly has killed 27 people. So much for background checks. Lapses like these are alarmingly common. Every time there's a similar incident of gun terror, the American media plays it down by branding the terrorist a perpetrator. Then authorities step in. Earlier, they would pin the blame on exposure to violent video games. Now they point the finger at mental health problems, mental illness, they say. I have a question. America has more cases of gun terror than all other developed countries, 8 times more than Canada. Does this mean the US also has 8 times more cases of serious mental illness than Canada? No, it doesn't. What America has are lax laws. Laws that allow easy access to arms, that allow a terrorist to fire a crowd from his hotel suite and kill more than 50 people. US policies have put millions on the line of fire. They have allowed the frequency of gun terrorism to surpass the total number of days in the calendar. If headlines like these were to come out of any other country, US media would have screamed human rights violation, not brushed it under the carpet by labeling it as mass shooting. The White House would have cried genocide, issued lectures, slapped sanctions, moved the United Nations. America would have rallied the world to get the country to ensure its civilians drop arms. And dropping arms is the only logical thing to do. But this logic evades America when dealing with terror at home. Gun terror in the US has become a silent genocide. African Americans make up just 13% of the US population, but they account for 58.5% of the lives lost to gun homicide since 2017. 82% of Black adults in the US say gun violence is a problem. Only 39% of whites agree. American leaders have failed to address this systemic discrimination. They have failed to protect their own, failed to disarm domestic terrorists. When the US invaded Iraq in 2003, George Bush told the Congress the military action was needed to disarm Iraq in pursuit of peace, stability, and security. Well, why didn't the White House follow the same script at home? In 2011, when America entered Libya, President Barack Obama said the military action was a must to prevent a humanitarian catastrophe. In 2012, while speaking about the deployment of US military personnel in Uganda, Obama said, US combat-equipped military personnel are working to protect local populations. Well, what about protecting the locals at home first? In 2016, Obama mandated federal licenses and background checks for those dealing with firearms at gun shows or online. Did it stop gun terror? It did not. Did it check ghost weapons? It did not. You see, there's no limit to which America can go to disarm terrorists and rebel forces abroad. It will condemn violence in Africa. It will call out human rights abuses in Russia. It will show concern for India, slap sanctions against Iran. Why can't it do the same at home? In America today, you're spoiled for choice when it comes to weapons. People can buy handguns, large capacity magazines, military-style rifles, assault weapons. Why do American civilians need weapons of war? Perhaps to support an arms industry. Do you know how much it's worth? $63.49 billion. If American civilians dropped arms, how would manufacturers like Sturm, Ruger and Company, Smith & Wesson survive? If American presidents sign strict gun control laws, how will they survive the political force of powerful gun lobbies like the NRA, the National Rifle Association? What's playing out in America is appeasement politics, and it is flowing from the barrel of the gun. This is America prioritizing gun rights over human rights, and the result looks like this. Gun terror at bars, concerts, schools, places of worship, shopping districts, iconic places, even the Times Square. Just in May, a 4-year-old girl and several others were shot at in Times Square. You know, had this been anywhere else in the world, the United States would have issued a travel warning, would have been the first to do so. But what is the White House doing to ensure the safety of thousands of tourists and students who travel to America every month? Today, 48% of Americans see gun violence as a very big problem in their country. And this division mirrors present-day United States. It determines the way people vote, the way they will vote in the upcoming midterm polls. Two things you should know. One, there's been an 8% increase in gun violence since Joe Biden took office. And two, a new president's party almost always loses the first midterm polls. Now, Biden wants to reverse this trend, and he wants to counter the Republicans on his poor record on gun terror. So on the 23rd of June, the president announced what he calls a no-tolerance policy to gun violence. Tougher background checks, ban on assault weapons, high-capacity magazines, and boosting community policing. On the face of it, these are supposedly tough measures. But will they deliver any result? Here's what we say. Dropping arms is the only thing that will. America needs strict gun laws. The solution sounds that simple. And it needs political will. The strength to face hard facts, undo historical wrongs. You see, the right to life and the right to own guns are contradictory. They cannot coexist. And I repeat, had it been anywhere else in the world, America would have been the first to flag this mismatch. The date is June 26, 2021, and it's high time America drops the hypocrisy for its own sake.
Interesting piece there. Interesting propaganda piece there. It's funny that this came up earlier this week. I saw Marge Touré. I haven't seen the whole episode, but Marge Touré was on Jason Whitlock's platform. And the clip that I saw, Marge was talking about, and Marge has been on the show before. Marge was talking about the fact of the good guys with the gun and how many good guys actually stop a lot of this nonsense, which I was wondering about. I haven't looked it up. I'm pro Second Amendment. I believe in having your weapons. But in some of these states, especially these bigger cities where black folks tend to inhabit that are democratic, you're out here sitting duck because the gun laws are so just that goddamn ridiculous. I asked a police officer friend that I have if he know of any, inside way to go about getting a piece, and he told me, you got to go talk to the small hats. He said laughingly, he said, they have the workarounds, right? So, and the last thing I'll say is that the good guy with a gun, I've always wondered how often has the good guy with a gun stepped in and totally disarmed a situation or what have you. And according to Maj, and again, you guys could check it out. He's on Jason Whitlock's most recent episode. He was talking about how often it happens and how little they actually report when the good guy who has a gun steps in. Sometimes he doesn't even have to fire a shot. He just brandishes the weapon, and that's enough to de-escalate. And oftentimes the bad guy, the perpetrator, will be caught without a bullet being fired, without anyone dying. And that happens a lot of times when the good guy also has the gun. That said, America's silent genocide. Let me start with Gas Them Up. Do you see this from what was shown in the video? Do you see this as America's silent genocide?
America has many silent genocides. This is just, this is the hypocrisy of living in the West, I think, especially with.
Yeah, sum them up. You're breaking up. Let me go to someone else in the meantime while you fix that. Oni, what say you to this?
Well, I mean, first off, this lady reminded me of not that I watched this lady, but the other lady, but remind me of what's his face? Rachel Maddow, I don't know if y'all ever saw her.
Yeah.
But just that convincing, if you will, investigative reporting, that really gets you so on and so forth. So everybody's trying to be that kind of reporter. As far as the silent genocide, I mean, America has its hands tied. People are telling you they have this right that they instilled into their constitution, you know, and they also are one of the largest, you know, and most angry and most imperialist nations on the planet, and they also, and the reality is that, you know, in some respect, you know, arming yourself does resist fascism, kind of. But of course, you know, there's a limit to that as well, you know. So I mean, to a large degree, you know, at the end of the day, it's like the lady said, there's like 400 million privately owned firearms in America, you know. And the reality is that there's a lot of people who are just gun ho about the gun, you know. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, like, it's kind of like a non-story. I don't really see anything changing, and you know, as the people in the chat are saying, you know, I mean, like it really, like, honestly, it just seems like it's a like from my perspective, it seems like this is something the white boy wants and something the white boy is going to get, you know, because it's his country. You know, at the end of the day, that's the thing that it really comes down to. It's like, this is his nation. Now, like I said, if you were asking what this would look like, you know, on the continent, or what that would look like somewhere else, then that's a whole other question, you know, because I think I did see somebody, because, you know, shout out to Lero. But Lara was talking to some brother, talking about he don't want to go to Africa because, you know, he don't like the gun laws or something like that. And it's like, you know, again, like, that's another, you know, that's not your nation either. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want to set up a nation where everybody's armed, that's fine. If you don't want to set up a nation where everybody's armed, that's fine too. You know, I'm reminded of just a reminder. There was this like, when you talk about gun rights, there was this, I think it was like the Scottish or something like that. They would have the like their men's council, or their Congress, basically, right? But this is like, you know, not like, you know, this pre-modern times, kind of, you know, like feudal times. And so, like, every man was supposed to walk around with a sword. You know what I mean? Even if he's handling, you know, legislative matters, he's supposed to walk around with a sword, you know? And so it's just like it just really depends. Like, what is it that you like? How safe do you feel, and how much do you like your government? You know what I mean? Or how much do you trust your government? And I think America's first initial, you know, like the Second Amendment was more or less, you know, hey, the government can be like we won't trust the government. Like, we won't get into that position. And so it really comes to, like, let's say if I'm trying to make a African nation, or if I'm trying to be a part of an African nation, you know, I would expect that we would trust our government. But if we don't, you know, we don't. Like, and maybe that's the thing. Like, who knows? But, you know, as far as I'm concerned, like I said, this is just America's country. And like, this white boy's gonna do whatever he wants. If he wants to take away his guns, he's gonna take it away. And if he wants to keep them, he's gonna keep them. You know.
Let's welcome in someone new to the panel. I don't know exactly how to pronounce your name, but I'll just say Wadumela. Is that correct? Is that close?
This is Brother Bakari.
Oh, okay, Brother Bakari. How are you? How are you, sir?
I'm good, man. It's Intwa Dumela. That's he who greets with fire.
Oh, okay. Intwa Dumela. Okay, thank you. Right.
Yeah. What's going on, my man? Thank you for letting me speak to everybody on the panel and the chat. Look, man, they're talking about these guns that really interest me. I can tell you this: Black people will be a fool to give up their weapons in this country. With everything that we have gone through in this country, how can you trust people with everything that has happened, and they want you to be unarmed? Now, they know who the people is who've been trying to do. See, they'll come for my gun. I messed up, went and got them registered and all that. But when you see these white militias walking around, have y'all ever heard of ghost guns? So let me show you when Black people jump on that bandwagon saying, let's get rid of guns if you find some, right? If you don't know what a ghost gun is, those are guns with no serial number. They've been 3D printed. They made their own.
We're going to play it tonight, Brother Bakari. We're going to play it tonight.
We're going to play it tonight.
We're going to play it next, as a matter of fact. Yes.
You know, the 3D print, the gun was, they have no serial number. They can't be traced. So we would be giving up our guns and their militias would still have theirs. So my thing is, I tried to get people to do it before, so maybe we need to do it now. Let's invest in us 3D printers, start making our guns, so y'all can come get everything I got registered. I don't care about you getting what I got registered, as long as I get to keep something. Because then I'm not giving up my guns, man. I'm really not, man. I figure out a way to make me a ghost gun. Not giving up my gun to these people. The history in this country is crazy when it comes to black people. There has never been any love for black people in this country. So therefore, we would be crazy if we just gave up our weapons. And that's my take on it. And I yield the mic.
I appreciate that, Brother Bakari. I have these documents. I don't remember if I put them up on the Discord. I think I might not have. But I have these documents. These white boys let it slip. These documents. See, these white folks, man. Earlier we talked about where are the black labs. Let me tell you something. These white boys have their own labs and their own places where they mill and all this old shit. They have these PDFs that they share with one another on how to set up your milling, what do you call it again? Your milling station or whatever in your house, how to make these zip guns and all that type of stuff that you used to hear about in the 70s and stuff like that. And I have those documents, and I have them for a reason. So if anyone wants them, join the Discord. The link is pinned to the top of the chat and down in the description of this episode. Join the Discord, ask me for it, and I'll give it to you. How to make your own homemade weaponry, etc. How to form your own militias and all that kind of stuff, right? Let's go to Gas Them Up now. Gas Them Up, are you in a place where you could be heard? You're muted if you're talking. All right. Let me read some comments here. The Harsh Reality Podcast in the chat says, funny, they never include civilian deaths in those quote-unquote war deaths numbers. Iraq alone deaths would be more than the entire population of Chicago. This is propaganda, plain and simple. Lero's in the chat saying America is a settler colonial project. It was violent since its inception. Sure, there's hypocrisy in the U.S., but this nation don't share your ethics, or at least it shouldn't. No moral pleas. I agree with that, Lero, 100%. Harsh Reality Podcast says, particularly if you're black and preaching disarming, you are an idiot, period. Brother Bakari agreed with that. Leros goes on to say, yeah, the gun control is a no for me. And then the Harsh Reality Podcast says, to only trust the government? Shit. The pro-black perspective is in the chat. He says, if I were the government, but not US's. Mr. Untouchable, you see the prompt.
Yes, sir.
You saw that video. What say you to this silent genocide?
One of the most beautiful things about the United States of America, most beautiful things, is in their Constitution, laws of the country gives an individual right to defend and protect yourself. And I only could dream of such a thing. Not if I envious Americans because they possess the ability to defend their homes and their own children and things like that. We don't have a constitution like that. We have to depend on police officers to come to your home after the fact sometimes.
To find you cowering. To find you cowering in a corner,
cowering in a corner and things like that. And you have to go through all manner of red tape just to own a long gun, just to own what do you call a rifle? You know, we can't own handguns in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
So I am envious of the fact that the Americans possess the ability to do that. Because you know why? Whatever the laws are, the criminals don't follow the laws.
Nah, they don't care.
So they could get the guns regardless of what the law says.
Yeah, man.
So if without that, we are sitting ducks.
Sitting ducks.
And what is unfortunate about this clip is the fact that when I saw the sentiment of the black population in America against guns, it was up to 80%. I am sad about that because the white Americans don't feel the same way. They are pro-gun big time. So I don't understand why is it the most vulnerable population at times in the United States are so anti-gun. What the hell is going on, Brother Bakari? What's going on? Because I'm thinking that the brothers in America were supposed to be the most skilled with having the ability to protect themselves, considering the circumstances that has happened to them in the United States. Man, we should. My brothers in America supposed to be the most pro-gun people in the world. In fact, we should have our own NRA long time ago. We should have our own NRA. But it's unfortunate, man. When we get these people thinking with this turn the other cheek nonsense. You got this all week and leave it to the Lord in prayer. Stay right there with leaving it to the Lord in prayer. Mm-hmm. That's a dangerous equation. But I am jealous. The black Americans have the ability to defend and protect themselves. I wish I had that right in my own country. You know, the only time I get to use a handgun is when I go to the gun range in Florida. Mm-hmm. You know, I can't do that here. So I would say that the brothers, them who have the ability to do it, exercise your Second Amendment rights. That is your rights, and y'all as citizens, you all possess the right to own guns, and you all should do that full scale now.
I only go to the range when I go down to like Maryland, the DMV area, to be honest. Not around here. There's some places like in Long Island and upstate, but I only get to go when I get out of here. Go, more towards the South. Speaking of the South, I want to ask this question if anyone knows. Maybe D Webb from the Harsh Reality Podcast can shed some light on it too from the chat. Miss Untouchable just talked about the bad guys. The bad guys will always have the guns. You could put up 1,000, 1,000,000 different gun laws. Them fellas going and still have the gun, and you're going to have to deal with them when the time comes. The question I have is, and Bakari is here with us, are you guys familiar with the stories of the good guy with the gun who intervened in a situation where it could have been really bad, but because they showed up with the weapon, they were able to kind of de-escalate a situation? Are you guys familiar with many of those instances? Let me start with Brother Bakari. You're muted if you're speaking. If not, let me go to Oni.
I mean, I guess the good example is, the historic example is Negroes with Guns.
Yeah.
I think it's Robert
Williams.
Yeah, Robert Williams. Yeah, I mean, like I always pointed it out. We always complaining about black men being killed, and then we always say unarmed black man, and then we try to say, oh, you see, the world's so racist, and then we also go, well, when a white man is armed, then they don't kill him, and blah 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 blah. And it's like we're looking at it from that person's black and that person's white, and that's the difference. Mm-hmm. But like the real difference is that person's armed and that person's unarmed. Mm-hmm. And the truth is, I think I said this on the last podcast, but the truth is that those firearms that people are talking about blocking and banning or what have you, right? Those are the firearms that white folk understand can do damage. Mm-hmm. Hard at work. The reality is this. The reality of these fire, like there's this I mean, I see you playing a video, so I don't know if
No.
But what I said was that, yeah, we can hear it.
My bad. I'm trying to cue it up before. But go ahead.
I got you. What was I saying though? Yeah, there's a subreddit called I think Idiots with Guns or something. It's basically, for the most part, it's just a bunch of people kind of like posing with their guns and like finger on the trigger while they're doing like dances or what have you. And so, or just like shooting randomly into the air or something. A lot of times there's some black folk though, and they got some good hardware. We talk about like grenade launchers and shit, Yeah. But like, grenade launchers, right? Whatever, right? The point is this, that if you have that, right? Police with a little, it's kind of like, y'all know that song, Sound of the Police, by KRS-One. Toward the end, he says, the police have a liquor gun, So when I'm on the streets, I walk around with a bigger one. The reality is this, that if somebody has a little gun, a little gun, right? and they coming at you and you got a grenade launcher, right? The reality is they're not gonna come to you. Now they might, reinforce themselves and try to, so on and so forth. But the truth of the matter is that a lot of the quote unquote victimization of Black people, right, tends to relate to also just their lack of armaments. And it's why you're going to like it's just something that you're going to see occurring and recurring. Because I remember there was one brother. I mean, it's not exactly an example of stopping whatever, but there was this one brother who was heavily armed, and the police randomly stopped him, and then he drives away, no harm, no foul. And it's the same, like I said, with Robert Williams. Like when you're well armed, like the one thing about white folk is this, white people are scared to death. Like they're scared to death. So if you could say, hey, look, it might cost you. It's just like with the lion, like the lion's not going to attack you if you let it know it might cost you. The tiger's not going to attack you if you let it know it might cost you. When you are, hey, I'm unarmed, right? The white boy knows it's not going to cost him to knock your jaw in. It's not going to cost him. If you say, hey, like there's this video of this rapper, I'm going to talk about that tomorrow, I think, but video of this rapper who's like, stop what you do, and it's just like, yeah, like if you are not going to defend yourself, I mean, I think it's, hold on a second, actually come back to me, because there's this Frederick Douglass quote. I used to read it all the time for my meetings, so I'm gonna just go dig it up.
All right, cool.
Right quick.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Because they're talking about banning ARs, right?
I
don't think they should. This is what I say, right? So I did a thing on my show the other day, and I was asking shit to be banned. So I went back to 2020, and what I told people is, if you're going to ban an AR, you must ban the knife first, because in 2020, knives, murder by knife, killing by knives, it doubled the amount of killings of rifles and shotguns together. A knife. So if the knife double the amount, right? If the knife doubled the amount, there's this. It's the people. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
It's people. Ban theirs first. I would say that if they're gonna ban them, let's make sure we go through and take all white people guns first.
Take those first. Take the police guns too.
Yep, all white people, all the Asians, all the Hispanics, and everybody guns except Black people. Shit, that's how I see it. So
I agree.
Don't give up your guns, Black people. Don't give them up. That's all I had to say, babe.
Appreciate that, brother Bakari. It looks like Gas Them Up has some network issues. So, Mr. Untouchable, the good guy with the gun, have you heard much about this? Sorry, before you answer, D-Web in the chat says, I hear them all the time, stories of the good guy with the gun who de-escalates situations. But I'm involved in the gun culture, he says, and also dabble into alternative news. He says, hell, Caprael, that's his buddy down there in Jacksonville, who I've had on the show before too, is a licensed instructor. Most normies, of course, don't hear the stories. Yeah, that's what I was figuring, man. And I wanted to know the magnitude of how many stories where the good guy saves the day, prevents a situation that we don't hear about. Mr. Untouchable, do you think, have you heard of the good guy with the gun?
I know, absolutely. And what happened with the shooting with those kids who died, the reason why the gunman was able to be stopped is the border guy, Albergado, I think his name is, a Mexican guy, a Mexican-American guy. He was getting his haircut, and he borrowed his barber's gun.
Oh, I think his wife texted him or something to help her or something like that?
Yes. No, she said, I love you. And she told him what was going on. So he ran. He borrowed the gun of the person who was cutting his hair. This is how serious it is. And he went down to the school I was able to stop the person he killed the children. Make no mistake about that.
Yeah.
But how many more could he have killed if that guy didn't go down there and did what he did? You know, he was a good guy in that scenario, and he borrowed that gun from a person who was a gun owner. You know what I mean? So imagine if he wasn't a gun owner. Yes, many good guys. You know, unfortunately, when you have this, the media would have us portray that we are supposed to be done unarmed and leave self-protection up to the government. But no way. I am glad they put it in the Constitution. And my brothers in the United States, exercise your Second Amendment rights all the way. It's your right. You all pay for it, fight for it, die for it, bleed for it.
Imagine I grow up in the Grove, right? And one of these louses could run up in my yard with a gun that they pick up somewhere and could terrorize me, my wife, my kids, and all I could do is cower in a corner.
Absolutely.
And hope for for police and CID to show up in time.
And they'll rape you in front of her. They'll rape you in front. Yes, sir. Yes, these little knuckleheads. No way.
When I was growing up home, there was a kid who ran up in the Kwaku Street Police Department and chopped a guy.
Really? See,
yeah, man.
my old man was a religious person, but he used to sleep with a machete under his bed. Yeah,
don't blame him.
Despite the fact that he was a religious person, and he defended his home with that machete one time, and somebody breaking the man house with 4 children and his wife in there. You know, so Jesus ain't come down from heaven to protect you. You got to do it yourself, brother. You know, I remember another time, and this is a funny story. Somebody broke in our home in South Beach, and the police officer, he gave me his gun to search the house. I was seeing it, and this is a fact. He was so afraid to go into the house. I had to search the house because he said he didn't know the house well. Or when you living in a banana republic, things like that go on. Needless to say, I believe I am a believer in defending yourself and your family. And I don't believe that should be left to the responsibility of another man, because he is not going to defend you like you would in your children. Look at the parents of the kids who died, and that they had to basically taser the police officer had to taser the family members from going into the school themselves. They wasn't afraid to take the risk, whereas the police officers who had signed a contract to take the risk, they said, well, we need to be careful in this situation. No. I'm gonna leave. If my family is at stake, I will put my personal self at risk if you don't want to do it. So allow me the opportunity to have a gun and defend myself and my family. If you don't want to do it, I don't believe in that whatsoever. Exercise your Second Amendment right, because only a matter of time when you don't have it no more.
Only did you find the quote?
Yeah, Frederick Douglass. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So he says the doctrine. This is during African enslavement in America, right? He says the doctrine that submission to violence is the best cure for violence did not hold good as between slaves and overseers. He goes, he was whipped oftener who was whipped easiest. That's it. You know, the world runs like the way how the world works is that if you're it's just like with even how y'all said earlier, you know, this Chinese man could walk through the neighborhood and this white boy could walk through this neighborhood. The reality is this, right? If I go missing, right, in the hood, right, how many people looking for me? You know?
True.
Whereas if a Chinese man goes missing in the hood, right, you got China on the line talking about where is Wan where's Wan's out, I don't know, but like you gotta realize, if a white boy goes missing,
where's wine?
Yeah, exactly. Where's where's who? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, who?
Like who? But like just saying with a white boy goes missing. You gotta realize that whoever's whipped off, who he said he was whipped often, who was whipped easiest. If you could get whipped easily, You'll be with more often. If you got, just like I said, you got 5 brothers, right? Because this is what happened in slavery, right? You got 5, brothers. One of them is, coward. I won't hit you back, right? Another one's, bro, the buck. You know what I mean? Like the reality is this: you might think, the guy who's like, I won't hit you back. I'm a good Christian. You might think, I'm not, I'm scared of you. Why? You might think, they're gonna go, the buck breaking and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. But the reality is, this white boy is like, nah. Every time I try to whoop, Matumbo, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Every time I try to whip Matumbo, he whipping me back. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't want to go through that. But if I go to whip, Tom, you know what I'm saying? That's an easy. I can just get my rocks off, whatever. So it's like, like I said, that's the reality of this world. And I mean, this is Frederick Douglass saying it. It's not even like, it's one of us or something. This is a man who was there, who saw it with his own 2 eyes. And I'm telling you, you see it recurring throughout, this current events situation where every time you hear this black man was unarmed, this black man, he wasn't shooting, this black man had his hands up, this black man was, blah, blah. It's easy. Even when you look into that shooting recently, in Buffalo, this white boy came through and he said, like, let me do a damage assessment.
Yeah.
He says, let me do a calculation. Yeah, these people are undefended. He ain't doing that up in Fort Knox.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he ain't like, I could, Fort Knox got a lot more money. Mm-hmm. He wasn't looking for money, but still, like, you have to know that if it's easy to do it, somebody's trying to do it. And that's really, if you look into the quote unquote colonization, I shouldn't say quote unquote, but the colonization of Africa, a lot of it had to do. The reason why you might say, why did the British, colonize, why did the British colonize, Trinidad or why did he colonize, Jamaica? Or why did he colonize Nigeria? Why he colonized these, and why didn't he colonize France? Because France would have France was fighting the fuck out of it. You know what I'm saying? He's not gonna colonize France because he was like, yo, these people's hard. He tried to do some shit with Germany, and Germany is fighting back. But then you go down to Africa, and he's like, hey, look, I got this assault rifle, right? I got this machine gun, I got this Maxim gun, and they throwing spears at me. Of course he's gonna fucking do it. Like, I mean, nothing wrong with throwing spears, but it's like, the reality is that you're just much easier than Germany.
Yeah.
Period.
The white boy, Dylan Roof, he said it in some writing or something. He said, I would have chosen, and Dylan Roof is the white boy who shot up black folks in a church worshiping in South Carolina. And he said, I can't take on the hood, for example, where there will be more guns. So he chose what's called a soft target and took his ass and killed 9 people. And that's what black folks got to understand that. Like, even me, I think about this all the time. I'm in a city where the gun laws make me a soft target. And my size doesn't help either, right? Because the little punk kid who has a 9 in his waist is going to look at me and say, you know what? I ain't run up on that big man. Let me pull my 9 and make it easy, because chances are he don't have none on him. You know what I mean? And so we're soft targets out here. And that's something we have to really think about again when you talk about building in America. Again, I think this past week here was an anniversary for Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And that's something we have to think about, man. We are outgunned in a lot of these places. And even before that, we're out organized anyway. And we are sitting ducks a lot of times. That's why Buffalo could happen. That's why South Carolina could happen, etc. In the chat, and I know I want to go to Mr. Untouchable for the last word in a second. But in the chat, Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, thing is, the federal agency who issues the licenses in Florida nitpick with legit applicants on misdemeanors and on name differences, but the mass killers easily get a license. See, that's another thing black folks gotta be mindful of. Not everything you gotta do through the system, and we're gonna talk about that in the next prompt, by the way. Daily Affirmation by Pauline also says, question, why are there a huge increase in shootings in the diaspora but 0 school shootings in the Caribbean, Africa, and other continents. I said I was going to give Mr. Untouchable the last word, but Mr. Untouchable, let me hear you respond to that question.
No, to my sister Pauline, the reasons why you see these mass shootings is the motivation. The difference is the motivations. Usually, when these white boys, they think we are mud people. You know, that's the term they use for us. So that thing is to eradicate the so-called mud people of the earth. So the motivations is different. When a young black dude, if he come into a classroom and try to pull off something like that, he in his psyche, he's murdering his sisters and his mom because the people look just like him. So I mean, there is a large degree of self-hate within our communities. Make no mistake about that. But we are more inclined to kill, the men, the competition, the people who have that strength to compete with them. That's a gorilla to gorilla kind of mentality. But as far as the mass shootings, when these young guys pull up in schools, I think the motivations are different. So I think that's why you don't see them as prevalent in the Caribbean countries as far as mass shootings is concerned, because usually it's these white boys or these some person from another community. We don't have, a lot of us, we are, what do you call it? Our religions are basically the same. You don't have the civil strife like how you have them in different countries, like maybe Nigeria, you have the Muslims and the Christians. It's the majority of people there are really Christians. So you don't have them civil kind of or religious kind of conflicts where that would kind of occur. So I think that's the difference. The motivations is a little bit different. I think that's why you don't see them. I'm happy about that. Now that's one thing about us. I don't want us to copy because we like monkey see, monkey do.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that I don't want the monkeys down here to copy in the United States with the young white guys who do that over there. So I think that's a good thing, not a bad thing.
Same question to Brother Bakari. What say you to that? Why are there a huge increase in shootings in the diaspora, but 0 school shootings in the Caribbean, Africa, and other continents?
Excuse me. Someone said it earlier, I think it was Mr. Untouchable. Soft targets. The school is a soft target. And shit, man. You look and see who doing these school shooting white folk, they crazy. That's what they've been doing forever. It's nothing, that's their history to one another, right? So yeah, they're crazy. But it's also it's a soft target. And like some of these people, man, I honestly believe that they do that, they're gonna go down in history, that people gonna remember them for they think people gonna remember them forever. That's my take on it.
Right.
That's my take.
Right. Only what say you to that question from Daily Affirmations by Pauline? By the way, you guys check out her channel as well, follow on social media, and pick up her book. Oni.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, like it's really unique to America at this point. I don't really know if there's any other country doing it. Why they're doing it, I have no idea. It's like who understands this white boy? I'm trying to tell people you just gotta leave. Because the trouble with this white boy is that for some reason he's like the leader of America. Like he's like the cultural leader. A lot of us kind of make it seem like it's this like we are, the black folk are, but like it's this white boy who started turning this queer shit, and then black folk kind of followed, So like, it's only a matter of time before that happens in a public school system near you. I mean, black folk are getting policed right now, pretty big, but like it is just a matter of time. I don't know what this white boy is angry about. I don't want to find out. Like I really don't, like I'm kind of not interested in him to that degree. He shoots up his own schools. Like and he takes his life, or somebody else takes his life. That's like that just sounds like I don't really care. Like what they gotta do is kind of like this monkeypox thing. Like what's that guy? Like what I'm saying?
You guys
can I say one more thing right quick before you?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
And violence is always a way to keep people in check.
Yes, it is. Fair.
Yep.
Yes, it is. If there's no last words for that prompt, let's move to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight is how to make military grade guns at a 1,000% discount. Let me also drop the join the panel link for those of you who are interested. There's the link to join the panel. Let's check out this video. And on the other side of it, we'll discuss it and the prompt.
Hard at work in Pakistan's largest weapons black market. This is Dara Adam Khel, where hard at work in Pakistan's largest weapons black market. This is Dara Adam Khel, where foreign-made guns are copied and sold for less than a smartphone.
Data in 5 Tamachawai Sarji.
This is an MP5 pistol. I've been manufacturing these for the past 20 years. The price of this pistol is 7,000 rupees, and it costs 4,500 to make it.
In Gul's family, like others in this town, the skills have been handed down for generations. Trade here boomed in the 80s as the Mujahideen needed weapons to fight the Soviets next door in Afghanistan. Later, the Taliban and foreign fighters provided a steady stream of business. But things have changed since the Pakistani government launched an offensive against insurgents all over the country.
I had been running my business here for the last 30 years, but our business has plummeted, and now I want to sell my lathe machine. Our business was very good before the army operation, but it has been badly affected.
Checkposts, heightened controls, and heavy police presence are taking their toll. Customers are hesitant to come, and a growing number of shops in the main street now sell groceries and electronic products. And although hundreds of gun shops still cram the surrounding streets, many fear for their future.
There are only about 3,000 shops left. If the government does not do anything, the number will drop from 3,000 to 1,000, and eventually they will shut down and the market will disappear.
Although illegal, the gun trade here has long been tolerated by authorities. And in this tribal area where gun culture is deeply embedded in male identity, it is seen as a legitimate business. A profession these gun lovers will try to keep alive for as long as they can. Where gun culture is deeply
All right, so the prompt says how to make military grade guns at a 1,000% discount. Brother Bakari, what did you get from that video just now?
But if I just get, we need to learn how to make those damn. We need to learn how to make the military grade weapons, man. We need to learn how to make it. I don't see nothing wrong with that. You knowing how to make a weapon. Like I said, that's similar to the ghost guns here. You know how to make them, man. You need something. Everybody needs something to defend themselves, you know. So more power to them, and we need more black gunsmiths who know how to fix the guns. Need to break them down so we can learn how to make them, and we have to, and we're gonna need them. That's my take.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oni, you saw that video just now. You see the prompt, how to make military grade guns at 1,000% discount. Talk about it.
Yeah, I mean that's a historic thing that we've been like we used to do this, you know. We used to do this, but I mean, like we're supposed to go back to this. I mean, it's actually a shame.
What? When you say we used to do this, define who the we is and the time period.
Oh yeah, so apparently during African colonization, you know how they say no matter what happens, we have got the maximum gun, and they have not. The reality is that there were iron workers, like ironsmiths back in pre-colonial Africa who were so skilled that encountering these firearms, there's probably maybe 4 different cases of them being able to manufacture them themselves. Maybe there's more. I don't remember. It was a long time, like a decade since I looked into this. But you're supposed to be able to do that. You're supposed to be able to have so much skill with metal that you can reverse engineer. Because the reality is this: that say what you will, I'm not 100% sure that the British just went over to the Germans and said, "Here's how you do this." You know what I mean? Like it's possible the Germans were like, "Yo, wait, what's going on? Maybe we could make this too." You know, just like how they say the AR-15 is they say it's an Armalite rifle, whatever, right? But like Armalite's a brand, so this is a particular manufacturer saying, "I'm going to try to make something different from the M14, whatever." Point being that you're supposed to be able to do this stuff on your own, right? You're supposed to be able to design stuff, and at this point in time, we don't really have too many excuses, especially as a continental people. We don't have too many excuses because I remember there was this game. It's probably on Steam right now. I don't know, but it's like where you could like legit manufacture guns, like legit. The whole video game is like you putting together guns. And it was like it was not, I'm gonna say bestseller, but it was just one of those simulation games that people just enjoyed playing. And it's like you don't have an excuse at this moment. I mean, the only thing you might not have is the materials, but like I said, like from a continental standpoint, we got the materials.
Yeah.
So it's just really like America's now one of the top weapon suppliers. That shouldn't be the case. Like the fact that we have to still on a continental level, like if you look at Africa's military, because this is another thing that we gotta remember when we talk about revolution and all that kind of stuff. When you look at America's military, right, and then you look at Africa's military, right, you see that if you wanted to win a fight, like I said, whoever's easier, whatever, right? Like they got like I was looking at the inventory because they have the military inventory online. It's just like that deep, right? Where it's like they got 14 tanks or like 14 military jeeps in the whole country. You know what I'm saying? Like you, I'm telling you, like we could be producing our own stuff, but we kind of just sitting on our hands waiting for something, and it's screwing us over.
Well, before you go, why is it that we're waiting for something? Is this through some indoctrination? Are we just defeated? Like, why is it that we waiting for whatever something is, as opposed to, because there are African gun manufacturers. I posted that article a couple of years ago on social media. What is it then? Why are we so complacent, especially when it comes to these types of things?
I'm real talk. I feel like we have, real talk. I think we have an intelligence deficit. Not intelligence. I mean, I shouldn't say intelligence, but like by intelligence, I mean like information. But like we have an information deficit in the sense that one thing you got to give this white boy. Like one thing I realized when I was younger was that we don't have a single university in a black, like in the hood. You know what I mean? Like we don't have a single university, because I remember I went to university in some state, but we were surrounded by like we was in a black hood per se, right? But like it was like its own university town, just completely separated, right? But like I'm talking like the people in the hood themselves don't have like that kind of university, and I'm not talking about like Nations of Gods and Earth or something. I'm talking about like
Malcolm X University or some shit.
Yeah, I'm talking about studying, global, geopolitics, global economics, studying manufacturing, studying, how to do industry, engineering, all that kind of stuff. We don't have that for ourselves. We go to this white boy to do it, and the white boy kind of like but see the thing, the white boy got so many advantages in that sense, because not only does he have this thing that you would need, right? But on top of that, he's taking your best and brightest.
Yeah, man.
So there's that brain drain, and then like I mean, people don't like when I talk about America per se, but like the issue with America, like I think somebody said it earlier, or it might have been your last week podcast, but they were saying that Black Americans should have the I think it might have been last week. Gas 'em Up said Black Americans should have the the Black immigrant mindset, where you take your like when you're saying, look, I'm going to take these resources back to my home base. You know what I mean? I'm going to learn something here, possibly, but I'm going to take it back to my home base, because that's how the Chinese are looking at it. This is how these Pakistani right here are looking at it. They're like, yeah, sure, I could go into your country and study, but like my heart and my future is in my own people. And I'm not saying that quote unquote African Americans don't believe, that their heart and their so and so is in their own people, but unfortunately, it's like a not 50-50, but it's like a hit and miss sometimes. And sometimes it's also like, that separation, in the sense that separate identity is just not as potent as it is for real immigrant groups, or for other immigrant groups, in the sense that, when like I was thinking about the remittance earlier, but like when a Nigerian come here and he's sending money back, like that money is not touching America, period. He's sending money back. I mean, maybe there's like some sort of fee or something, but he's sending his money back. But like when it comes to, like, if I'm trying to just quote unquote buy black or something, I like, real talk, I'm still putting money into these white boys. Like it's really, really, like it's not the same conversion rate. It's not the same efficiency. And I remember there was a sister. Yeah, so it's just like, realistically, at least for those of us in America, it's like, what about that? And then for people in Africa, I think that they, like the upper class, the elites, or what have you, have this broken ass mindset, and like realistically speaking, they are quote unquote the enemies within.
I feel you on that, Mr. Untouchable. How to make military grade guns at 1,000% discount?
Yeah, I think that it's what is interesting is how these Arab guys, not Arab, Pakistani guys in a Pakistani garbage can could through observation, because let me say this. The brother was talking about universities, and I don't want to never disparage universities. Universities is a good thing. They have their purpose. But I doubt these guys went to university to know how to make and fashion these kinds of weapons. I highly doubt that they went to university to learn it. I think it's through observation, through war, through taking things apart, finding out the materials that need to be done, and
through necessity too.
Through necessity, and repurposing these things as far as a defense mechanism, because it's needed in the society in which they live in. One of the most things they need is to be defended. So they refashion these things after breaking them down, and they use it for their own purposes. I think that these guys could start a small war, from a hut in Pakistan, and it's interesting that they had the interest to do it. First comes the interest, because it develops a mindset. If you have no interest to even beg the question of how to create this particular thing that would be able to defend me and my family against the onslaught of the enemies who would try to seek to take away from me, then you are at a loss and at a deficit from in the beginning. But I would say, I don't. Let me also say this too. Another thing is interesting, because the reason why I say it's 1,000% discount is these weapons, he said, is 7,000 rupees. You know what 7,000 rupees is? $90. If that same gun was to sell on any American street corner, that's 1,400 and up.
Yep.
We're off the bat. These guys making these products for 90 USD. 90 USD, because they took an interest in doing it. And I think that's one of because we think, unfortunately, we stand at a position where our military will defend us, or the police can help us out in a scenario where we in a need of frustration or desperation. And that's a farce. That's why the Second Amendment is there. They say, well, the Second Amendment saying, well, if we fail you, you always have a right to defend and protect yourself by any means necessary. So you must have an interest, first and foremost, in creating whatever means is necessary to defend yourself against tyranny, somebody who gonna slaughter you and rape your wife in front of you. So I think that's first and foremost. Get this idea out of your head that somebody is coming to save you and rescue you. First, start there. When you start there and thinking nobody coming to rescue you, the natural question is, how do I rescue myself?
Mm-hmm.
And if that is in your head, then you start begging the question, oh, how do we go about doing these things? You know, and I think that's one of the things that we still have stuck in our mindset, in our heads. You know, we are protected by the military or the policemen, and all we need to do is call 911 and they can come out to our aid. What if they don't come?
Mm-hmm.
What is next? You know what I mean? So I think that it's fascinating because of that. And these brothers, them building these kinds of weapons at 1,000% this $90 USD for a weapon that would cost $1,400 and up in any street corner if they sold in a retail gun store in the streets of America or anywhere in the West.
Crazy. Let me ask you guys this question based on what Daily Affirmations by Paulina said. But first, actually, let me just give respect to the Harsh Reality Podcast. Says, what country hands out more psychotropic drugs to its people than the USA? Follow that rabbit hole if you want. Read the side effects on the side of the bottle. So he's referring to the previous prompt, but it still applies, right? Daily Affirmation by Pauline asks a question, or says, but if you look at the people in the video closely, you see that one of the people is Caucasian. So is he teaching them how to do so? He is not the same nationality as the natives. Did you guys get the impression that there was a Caucasian? Well, to me, they're all the same. But did you guys note any difference amongst the people?
There are white Arabs, first and foremost. But for us to believe and think that the only way that these guys could develop these sorts, because a guy would say that could develop in these weapons for 25 years. I doubt he was. I highly doubt he was there for 25 years.
Right.
But it would be our mistake to believe and think that these guys had the mindset to develop these, or the engineering sophistication to develop these kinds of weapons without some European or Caucasian guy teaching them how to do it. I feel like it's a big mistake that we make, because the Asians come over to America and they take pictures and they go over and then reinstitute and reverse engineer all the things that you all create here, and sometimes they improve on it. Because the car, if you even consider the car industry alone, you know, so I think it's a mistake that we make to believe that these people, they are not the standard. To believe that think that they are the bringers of the light, that's a big mistake we make.
I agree, Mr. Untouchable. If there's no other last statement on that prompt,
let me just add this though.
Okay.
Sorry. Let me just add this quickly. Yeah. So about the university thing. So, well, that's the thing about these religious groups. Because I tell you guys this, you know, people don't, peep what I'm saying sometimes, right? But I tell y'all, these Abrahamic religions are about worship, you know? So we do worship, you know, worship. They do worship. A lot of this, what they're doing is studying. Like I never read their stuff, but from what I've gathered, right? Because I don't want to, I don't want to expose myself to the propaganda per se. But what I gathered, a lot of these books are describing and documenting battles won and lost, wars, victories, conquests, so on and so forth, right?
Missteps,
missteps, how, like, I think it was like Muhammad played two sides against each other. Like, he couldn't take on two big guys, so he played them against each other, and then after he played them, he then was able to conquer both of them, right?
Like Dessalines,
you said what?
Like Dessalines, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they study every week. See, we studying, these biscuits, whatever. I don't know what it is. We're studying something, but it ain't the same thing. They're studying every week. You gotta conquer the next man and how you conquer him. You know what I mean? Like I mean, I sat in church before. It was like, don't look at this man's wife or something, or make sure you cut your hair, something stupid, right? They are studying every week, so they might not have the same university per se, but they are. It's like what Kwame Ture said. He said, look, the white man is not superior. There's no superior or inferior people. What happened with the Klan is that, or the white man is better organized,
Mhm.
And what the Klan does is that they meet up every week to discuss their racist ideology. He called it racist ideology. And then he says, and he challenges the black person listening. He says, how many of you meet up every week to discuss, your agenda, and like he's talking about physically meeting up every week in your community, so on and so forth. Like I had that kind of thing going on, and it was really good. But the reality is this: that we have these we have these churches, and that's every week being indoctrinated with, turn the other cheek, open them cheeks, whatever. Turn it inside out, like whatever, right? But like, we do that every week. Like our family members do that every week, right? Whereas them down in Pakistan, every week they go and talk about, we were once the glorious Arab. We once had El Andalus. We once had, we conquered all of Northern Africa. It's documented. We had our women under control. We had our surpluses of wealth. There's a way to get that back. And the people that's stopping us, the people who are our enemies, are these Christians and these Jews. And we gotta fight them back. They dead in that every week. That's the different mentality. Now one of them has to come along, and he don't gotta be. Like I'm not saying all of them go to engineering school. Just one of them has to believe in his own people, right? And he don't have to go to engineering. There could be a whole metalsmith in the family, because remember, these are people that conquered, Egypt. They conquered Italy. Spain. They conquered Portugal. You know what I'm saying? These are the people who fought the Romans, and this is a long time ago, right? So you have these traditions from way back. So you don't have to go to engineering school, but I can tell you this: I had classmates who were Pakistani, and if they are every week, you know what I'm saying, or even if they know somebody who every week is so on and so forth, then of course they're gonna get that information, and of course it's gonna be a 25, 35 year tradition, because they weren't born yesterday, Because I remember when I was like I said, I had Pakistanis in my high school, and at one point I was walking in their neighborhood for some reason, right? And yeah, they were like, yeah, the police are watching us. Police ain't stupid. The reason why they watching them, they had a reason for watching them.
They have the history books. They know their potential. They know what's up. Brother Bukhari, you wanted to add something?
Oh, I was just gonna say, excuse me, those white folks and Arabs the same to me. I know I heard people saying,
too. Yep.
I heard people saying Pakistani. They ain't shit but an Arab to me. And I be disrespectful when I talk. I call them Arab, but they don't like Arab, and that's how I talk to them, because that's how they feel about black folks.
Yeah.
They all the same to me. So when she says one of them is Caucasian, they the same damn thing.
All the same.
Them people that came down from Turkey, them Ottoman Turks that there, they all work together against black folks. They all been in the same team forever. But I agree with what both Mr. Untouchable, and I can't get the other brother name.
Oni.
What they said about it just take motivation, what you want to do. And I'm going to tell you, man, the sad thing about it, man, like I teach black women to use guns, right? It's more black women that want to fight back than black men here. And I live in the Atlanta area, man.
Damn.
And there was a guy came on my panel the other day. He's from New York. He said he do the same thing. And he said it's much easier to get black women to say they want to go train and ready to fight than it is black men. I hear too many black men saying our women should be on the front line next to us, man. It's like we have just laid down.
Yeah.
We are the soft targets. And when we meet up in church, it is easy to get people to meet up in church. So for me, what I do is I try to deal with churches that own that black shit. Like it's a church. I don't go to church, but I know his church. I used to go. but I know his church got the red, black, and green flag hanging in there.
Mhm.
I know the church got the Ankh inside of the church.
That's
and
the
I
church
know
to patronize. That's the church you need to go to.
and I know that church has already told me, just trying to get more black men that want to go. We can have free gun training class in there whenever. And he ain't gonna charge us nothing for that. If we donate, we donate. But I always donate my time because that church is doing good stuff, right? So they
Mhm.
bought buildings to help get the homeless. Some of the people off the street, I donated a washing machine and dryer so the homeless can wash their clothes. They feed them, have a kitchen, come and sit down to eat. So those are the type of churches
Good
that I
stuff.
do. Those are the type of churches I deal with. So when they need it cleaned out, if I ain't have no money to donate, I just went down there and I donated my time and cleaned up, throw away all of their junk for free. So that's what I deal with. And I think that's the thing. That's why I don't beat up I make a difference with the churches. I say mega church over the small church
Mhm.
because when I'm talking about the church, negative about the church, I talk about the mega church. Even though it's not enough small churches doing it, but I do know for a fact that there are some small churches that out here that is doing something that's preaching, that's actually teaching black power inside of their church, inside of their. And trust me, the church ain't growing because of that, I believe, but they are teaching
True.
it.
True.
Right.
Thank you for that, Brother Bakari. And thank for the work that you do out there, man. Data affirmation by Pauline says, I believe that nowadays, for the most part, people of the diaspora are afraid to organize and meet up weekly unless it's church. And see, this is where I condemn the church. Because the church leaders are supposed to recognize the need for organizing, the need for black folks to be organized. And if they realize that, well, black folks tend to come to the church, then you're supposed to be preaching a gospel of organization, of black power and black upliftment. What was his brother's name? He died about maybe 3-4 years ago. He was a reverend himself around the time of MLK. I have one of his books.
Was it Rap David Abernathy?
No, not Abernathy. I think it's David Cone. I think it's Cone is his name. He wrote a great book about MLK and Malcolm X and the organizing that they did around their spiritualities. I think it's David Cone. I think it's David Cone. But we don't have enough of that. We don't have enough of the pulpit pimps, I call them. Organizing and preaching a gospel of power, not a gospel of, well, wait until some other guy comes along and saves you. And that's my problem with the church, man. Does anyone have any last words
No,
on
the
this
only
prompt?
thing, just let me quickly add.
Go ahead.
If they don't want to do it, if they are unable to do it or unwilling to do it, that's why we are here. I get my brother from Atlanta here. I get my brothers from New York here. I get my hometown brother here. I get my brother from Florida here, and my sisters in the house. We get Afro Think Tank. We get Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. You know what I mean? We are building. We working on it, Sister Pauline. We working on it, man. So if what the pastors them unwilling to do, we getting it together. Don't make no mistake about that. And we talking now, but just hold on. Hang in there.
Hang in there.
I can move this another thing in a minute, but we getting it together.
Hang in there. Hang in there. For some reason, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 says, to what extent are the grifters doing this? And should we? What is this in particular? Let's check out the link that came with this as well. As you know, this slow system I'm on is going to take a minute. But while we're waiting for that to load up, Afro Native World is here. Afro Native World said the church replaced the Mbongi as the African gathering place. What institutions have we created to replace the church as the gathering place? That's a great statement there. What other institute? But okay, we will talk about that in a few minutes then. Hold that thought, Afro Native World. who also says peace, fam. Let's get to this. I don't know why this is lagging so bad.
Which is awesome. Which is awesome.
Have you heard about this guy, Joel Robbins?
Oh my God, yes, he's great. Are you watching his speech on living authentically?
I am. It's amazing. He's so wise.
Truly a profound speaker.
And when we look inside ourselves, we find the opportunity to live our lives the way we want most for ourselves.
Wow.
No, this guy's an idiot.
What?
I'll kill you.
Listen to how he talks. He's not actually saying anything. He's just using hypnotic pattern.
What?
He slowed his speech down to about 75% normal talking speed, and he's emphasized a few key words. It's just a way to make yourself sound deep when you're not really saying anything. Most of us spend our entire lives partially hydrogenated corn oils. But when we take the time to riboflavin, we often find that we've been yellow number 3 the whole time.
Yes.
So true.
Yeah.
It's gibberish. This is exactly what Dr. Trudansky was talking about.
Dr. Trudansky?
Most people's conclusions are based on their positions, but really, it's our positions that should be based on our conclusions.
Whoa.
See?
You know, that's also a rhetorical device. It's called anti-metaboly. He mirrored his phrase, switching 2 words around in order to sound smart.
Come on!
No, it's true. You can do it with anything. Listen to this. If you want love to be a part of your life, you must first make life a part of your love.
That is so wise.
No, it's not.
God, I love it.
Doesn't actually mean anything. No, you're taking the wrong lesson from this, guys. It doesn't mean anything. It's just a soup of empty buzzwords. God, you guys are such classic set alphas. You know that?
What's a set alpha?
As opposed to set omegas who are kind, intelligent, brave, and sensitive, set alphas are compassionate, brilliant, courageous, and passionate.
Oh my God, that's me.
Well, they've got my number.
Set a reminder to never stop talking about how I'm set alpha.
Actually, that's just an appeal to tribalism.
Oh,
No.
come
That's just
on,
something to set
Allie,
aside.
I need one.
No, listen, Myers-Briggs, type A, type B, they all play off how good it feels to be given your personality or your identity from being in a group. But it's all bullshit.
I'm a Ravenclaw.
It's like if I randomly said everyone born in an even number year is a cat, everyone born in an odd number year is a dog. That would be ridiculous.
Anyone want to play fetch with me?
I can't. I'm gonna go take a nap.
You would, you cat.
What can I say? I'm a cat. Total cat.
God damn it, I should have known Raph was right.
What did Raph say?
You're all dumb as hell.
That is
Thank you for
so
that.
true.
Hey guys, it's Brennan from College Humor. Click here.
Very interesting. I think this actually ties in well with what Afro Native World was saying. The church replaced the Mbongi as the African gathering place. What institution have we created to replace the church as the gathering place? And I would say is we have created organizations, but organizations haven't tapped in the way this video is talking about tapping in with folks the way the church does. See, the church fools you in this way that these folks are demonstrating in the video. Let's start with Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, you saw that video just now. What's your take on it in terms of to what extent are the grifters in our society doing this? And should we, as folks with platforms who are speaking positively and trying to build, should we be partaking in this same type of strategy?
Hey, let them go before me. I'll be right back. Let them go before me.
All right. Oni, what say? Actually, sorry, Mr. Untouchable. What say you to this?
No, I absolutely believe that it should be used in a purposeful way for our own interests, because everybody have their own agendas, and for whatever our agenda is, I believe that it's in building and being constructive. I think that we should use it for our own purposes and our own ends. And I study these people, you know, like I said, I study black cults and what made these people have the ability to lead so many people in one particular direction, in particular black folks, because black folks are very difficult to lead unless you're talking about white Jesus. So to have the ability to do these things, you know, I try to study the strategies that goes into it, you know, because these people use it for their own purposes. They use it on the news, they use it with the politicians, you know, whatever politician you would like to name, you know, they use these kinds of strategies to be able to lead masses amount of people who have varying different opinions and belief systems. And if they're able to do it, obviously there's a strategy behind it, and we could take it and use it for our own purposes. You know, don't just discard it. So I am skeptical of the grifters. You know, I mean, I am critical of the grifters, but they have been able to assess and learn strategically, been able to learn a system that's been able to not only improve their own personal lives, but to fill their own pockets and develop a cult following to do a particular thing, even if it's the wrong thing. Even if it's the wrong thing, they still have been able to do it. So I think that we could find it. We should find out what the strategy and the system behind it is to use it in a purposeful way to be constructive within our own communities. That's how I feel about that.
Thank you for that, Mr. Untouchable. One of the things you'll notice with 90% of the grifters in black society, they have some preacher training in the background. Tariq Nasheed is like an ordained minister. I want to say Umar is too, or something of an imam or something like that too. And others. So others have realized that this is the way in to black society. Oni, what say you to this?
Yeah, you know, so when I was back in the UAM, there was this guy named Charles Barron, right? He's a famous, popular black congressman or something like that. Like not U.S. Congress, maybe like city Congress, something like that. But famous congressman. And you know, the sister was I was in his organization, so you know, some sister was, you know, spinning some game to me. And she's letting me know that this dude studied rhetoric and studied, like, you know, persuasion and that kind of stuff. Like, and like, I guess he lets you know. I don't know. But yeah, like everybody, you know, I remember one time I was sitting in this library, in fact, and this white boy sitting behind me, right? And of course, I'm reading you know, some African history, I guess. But this white boy is reading how to manipulate people, you know? And it just stuck in my mind because I'm like, you know, how does white boy don't already know? You know what I'm saying? But like for real though, like they are studying how to manipulate people. They're studying human psychology. Mm-hmm. They're studying how to like these grifters know the patterns, and they're copying to a large extent these white boys, but even not even like counting that. The reality is that, yeah, I mean, I see it, you know, the part about the tribalism part, you know, really got me into this, you know, like I thought about it in regards to ADOS and FBA, you know, mm-hmm. where it's like, you know, they're now on this weird, like, you know, oh man, look at this person's hairline. That couldn't be that can't be an African American, you know, mm-hmm. where it just gets to that point where it's like the comfort, like people are getting attached to this movement based off of the comfort that like they get from being in the in group and define themselves against the out group. And you know, I do try to, you know, do this inside of my own presentation. So I think this is a smart thing to do, but it is like realistically, you know, like I would say, yeah, we probably should be implementing these sort of strategies because, you know, at the end of the day, these sciences, like what the sciences are, the social sciences are, you know, proof and demonstration of what works.
Mhm.
You know, so they went through the trials and they went through the errors, and now they're giving you the results. And it's for us to, at some point, you know, as long as it's, you know, within our ethical or within our moral values, in a sense, right, to also, you know, utilize that kind of stuff. Because if you don't, the reality is this, that this white boy, I mean, that these grifters, they're going to do it.
That's a strong point. You know, I personally, I feel like I don't have it in me to really use the sciences in the way the grifters use it. You know, I've talked about it in the past, like psychology and advertisement, psychology and music, and all this type of stuff. And you know, I look at and I listen to the cadences of like a Umar or Tariq or whoever, Yvette. Even Obama one time was putting on that churchy type vibe for something. I think it might have been when the 9 people were killed in South Carolina. All of a sudden, he had this Southern drawl, and he was carrying on like a Southern Baptist. I don't know if I really have it like that, but I do understand that the last thing only said, if you don't do it, the grifters will do it. That's how important it is for them. In the chat, Kevin Carey 42 is there.
I'm back now. I just wanted to let you know that.
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm coming to you next before we go to the next prompt. Kevin Carey 42 is in the chat. He said Charles Barron was a councilman for East New York and currently a New York State senator. He says, I used to work in City Hall as a freelancer. For those who don't know or who don't remember, Kevin Carey 42 is a photographer who has worked a lot of these high-profile events and whatnot. Brother Bakari, what say you to this? Is this something that the grifters use, and should we, like you have a platform, I have a platform, Oni has a platform, etc., should we be using this technique as well?
I guess for some people it is not in me. I guess I can't do it because I'm just gonna bring you I'm gonna bring you the truth. If I see the truth, then either they gonna accept it or not. You know, I don't want to get, ain't gonna be disrespectful. But it was something I noticed when he showed that video and said the guy's name. And when he spoke, I heard how everybody was like, wow. And it was like, the guy really ain't said nothing. You understand?
Right.
But it made me think about somebody we was in the fan base room with the other night, right? And every time he talked, well, let me read you this definition. See, this comes from Dr. Claude Anderson. And Dr. Claude Anderson said, this is the definition of racism. And I don't disrespect Dr. Claude Anderson. I respect some of his work, right? But I say Dr. Claude Anderson's definition of racism don't work for me. So there's no need for you to read me that book. So let me tell you what the Queen's sister, what's this? I can't even think of her name right now, who Neely Fuller Jr. talk about racism, white supremacy. I say, man, I don't need to hear that, but I understand what you mean about the cadence, him showing that book, even with Brother Polite, right? I used to listen to Brother Polite. And if you can't tell these people hustling, that's the first one I tell people to listen to for me.
Yep.
Well, Tariq was second, Brother Polite was 1, Tariq was number 2, right? So Brother Polite, if you ever just go listen to any of his videos, right? He speed up when he don't want you to know what he's saying. Then when he slow down, he throw in a word because these people think they're smarter than everybody they're talking to, especially when they're talking to black people. So then he throw in a word that you may not be heard of, right? Well, some people might call a big word. And a lot of times they're not even used in context. They're not right, but they're not even used right. He'll throw in a word. Then he slow down when he's talking about the money and the land that he supposedly had in Arizona. And this is, then he'll give you that. Well, the address is 23777 Phoenix, Arizona. And then he'll go back to, well, he don't want you to understand. Then he will slow back down and he will slow back. So I understand exactly what he means about the cadence. I understand what he's talking about. And do the grifters use it? Of course they use it. They're all damn hustlers. Tariq, I said Tariq is the biggest one. And one thing I can say about all and not just him, I'm gonna tell you another one. Dan Calloway. He played the music. He played the music in the background. I'm only here to make you think. So now he's playing the music and his cadence and what he is saying really don't mean anything, but he's talking He slow his voice down just like that guy, and he speak in a manner where he might sound like he know what he's saying, but if you're paying attention, because people are gullible, right? And we're gullible people, and so if you pay attention to what he's saying, he's really not saying anything. But should we use it? If we're gonna use it and still be truthful, I guess. Now you're the mic.
One of the things that I learned is when you are when particular, and by the way, Brother Polite learned from Malachi Z. York, and Malachi Z. York would do the same kind of things. He was a quick talker, fast talker, and then he would slow down. But needless to say, one of the things that I learned in these black cults and people who have the ability to lead mass movements and a whole lot of people is facts don't matter. That's the first thing that goes out of the window. Only the power to influence does. You know what I mean? If you want to talk about facts, they can do that behind the closed doors when nobody is watching and listening and things of that nature, and really discuss the real purpose of what they're doing. But facts don't matter to a mass crowd. They are led by their emotions. If you really would like to learn the real strategies to how to convince and move people, I would suggest our people study sales. People buy off of their emotions first, then they bring the logic after the purchase to justify why they buy the thing that they buy. But they really buy emotionally first. Sales is a fascinating science to study with our people. That's one of the most important things that I feel like we should always look to in as far as the science is concerned. Study sales. The great salesmen of the world, because they have the ability to cause people to take their money out of their pocket and buy whatever it is, product or service. So study the best salesmen, and you will get some psychological insight into getting people to do what they wouldn't have done out of just by off of emotion. So our people really need to investigate the whole industry of sales. That's why a whole lot of people are very, very wealthy. Some of the wealthiest people are salesmen.
Yeah.
I would suggest that that's one industry that we should take a second look at.
If you study there's a video, one of these days I should break it down. There's a video, how to sell to the black man or something like that, how to sell to black people. And they let you know in that video just how fragile the ego of black folks are. So much so, you could show a black person a lower cost or cheap dishwasher or something, or clothes washer or something like that, washing machine, and the black person will be instantly offended that you showed them.
Yes, get them emotional. So
man.
You can't afford this.
Man.
You can't afford this with your black self. Okay?
Yeah.
And then they'll be like, I'll show you, and then pay 5 times what the product is worth.
Yeah, man.
Emotion first.
Yeah, man.
I got you.
Exactly. I got you, bitch. And so that's what, these guys, like when we talk about ADOS and FBA, that's what they're doing. They are playing that emotional, that heartstring stuff, man. And like Oni said, if you're not playing it, someone else will play it. And it's something to really keep in mind. In the chat, the Harsh Ali podcast says KWAZ radio, grifting for the greater good. I can dig it. Afro Native World says to Brother Bakari, exactly. So that's why we are where we are. Black folks still dependent on the church to get that communal dose. He goes on to say, our people are communal, so we need to have a communal place to replace it. Kevin Carre 42 in the chat says, check out the book, The 48 Laws of Power. Brother Bakari responded to Afro Native. He said, we need to create that place before we get rid of the church. And I could actually dig that a little bit. We have to create that place. We have to give them somewhere to transition to. Kevin Carre says, how to win friends and influencing people, Dale Carnegie. So I guess that was the continuation of what he was talking about earlier with the 48 Laws of Power. Afro Native World says, think this got to do with our oral tradition, and those good at speaking are taking advantage of that. There are many scholars who are great writers but don't speak, so are not known much. That's a good point too. Harsh Reality Podcast says Edward Bernays, the father of public relations, another good one to study. The Third Reich even adopted many of his tactics. Okay, that's good to note. Edward Bernays. Okay. Afro Native World says, wish Dr. Kilimanjaro of University of Kemet Press was as loud as these grifters. So you see that's one of the things I like about these Shoot the Breezes, because it's different people coming in together and dropping their thoughts and whatnot. You get to pick up on some authors or some scholars out there that you should be tuned into. So make sure you guys are tuned into those folks right there.
Hey, bro, let me
Yes,
say
sir.
this. Hey, I have to go pick up my daughter. I'm
Okay.
going to listen offline. If you still alive, I'm going to come back on when I get back. I guess about 20 minutes, but
I appreciate that, man.
yeah, man. But I'm going to still be listening, though, man. I
All
appreciate
right, be
the
safe.
podcast. You're going to have to come to my channel one day, man.
I will come through. So yeah, be safe, and I look forward to your return. Yeah. So if there's no last words here, this was Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. We can go to station ID if there's no last words here. What I will post though is what Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is going to be. By the way, if you're in the chat right now, if you're listening to my voice and the voice of the panelists, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you share the content, right? Make sure you comment, because again, it's your comments in the chat that we get to play off of up here on the panel. So it's always great when you guys comment, right? Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 says, Haiti had no friends. Not in Africa, not in the Caribbean. Maybe when your white daddy says it, now you will believe. Haitians are in this alone. And this comes with a link as well. But what we're going to do, we're going to go to a station ID break here. I need to remind you guys that this show, the Bitter Medicine Podcast, is part of a podcast network. And there's other shows you should be tuned into. So on the other side, we'll discuss Shoot the Breeze topic number 6.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron, on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Yes, indeed. What are we going to do? We're going to go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight. Haiti had no friends, not in Africa, not in the Caribbean. Maybe when your white daddy says it, now you will believe. Haitians are in this alone. By the way, before we go there, while I tee up this video, I think that comes with this. Oni, I see that you reached 1,000 subs recently. Congrats on that. Has YouTube done anything different with your channel since you reached 1,000 subs? And you guys are there, give him a congrats too. 1,000 subs is hard to get to.
This is Democracy Now!
Oni, what say you to that?
Oh yeah, apparently I gotta get 4,000 watched hours or something like that.
In
So I
addition,
just
yeah.
need to, huh?
In addition to the 1,000 subs, you have to
Yeah,
have
once you get
4,000.
1,000 subscribers, you also need so many thousand watched hours. So I'll keep you guys posted when that happens. You know,
Yes, sir.
But make sure y'all just play my video in the background when you
Absolutely,
when you
man.
can't watch. You know?
Yeah, man, absolutely. While you're driving, while you're running in the place or exercising, whatever, turn on the Pro Black Perspective podcast. The Enemies Within segment he's been doing for the last couple months is really good anyway. So just tune in, man. That's what I do. So again, congrats to the 1,000 subscribers. Let's try to get the brothers' watch hours up. I've had the watch hours. I just don't have the subs as yet. But yeah, let's make sure to get those up, man. So this prompt comes with a video. If Azuliism is out there in the chat, by all means, hop on to the panel, as this has to do with your country. And by the way, shout out to Gas Him Up. He had a bad connection tonight, so unfortunately we don't have Gas Him Up. And shout out to Jay. I don't know what's up with Jay, but it sounds like he's traveling again. So shout out to Jay as well. Hope to see you guys again next week on the show. This prompt came with a video. Let's check out. Well, this video is actually kind of long here, so let's check out about 10 minutes or so of this video, and then we'll discuss it on the other side.
Now, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in New Brunswick, New Jersey.
Hi, Amy. Welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Well, the ransom. That's the name of a major series of articles published by the New York Times detailing how Haiti became one of the poorest countries in the world, while bankers in France and the United States made a fortune. The story dates back to the early 19th century. In 1804, the enslaved people of Haiti rose up, leading a rebellion against French colonial rule, founding the world's first Black republic. Under military threat from France in 1825, Haiti agreed to pay reparations to France for lost so-called property, including enslaved people that French owners lost in the rebellion. France threatened to invade Haiti and reimpose slavery if Haiti did not agree to a staggering amount in reparations, 150 million francs, 30 times Haiti's annual revenue. Haiti began taking out loans from French banks, leading to an economic crisis that continues through to this day. The New York Times estimates Haiti paid the equivalent of what's now $560 million to France over the next 7 decades. The true economic cost to Haiti is estimated to be an astounding $115 billion. And that only tells a part of the story. In 1880, a French bank established Haiti's first national bank, essentially putting France in control of Haiti's treasury. That bank, Crédit Industriel et Commercial, used some of its massive profits to help finance the Eiffel Tower. The bank's current owner has just launched an investigation into its dealings with Haiti and its role in what's called the ecosystem of colonialism, that bank, CIC. The Time series also looks at the U.S. military occupation of Haiti that lasted from 1915 to 1934. A key backer of the U.S. occupation was the National City Bank of New York, the predecessor of Citibank. Former U.S. diplomat Patrick Gaspard, who now heads the Center for American Progress, has called on Citigroup to pay reparations to Haiti. Gaspard wrote on Twitter, "A silent scream has been in throats for decades about the role U.S. played in depleting Haiti. No one would listen. Finally, some truths," he said. Over the years, Haitian demands for reparations have been repeatedly shut down, sometimes with force. France's former ambassador to Haiti, Thierry Boucard, admitted to the New York Times that France and the United States effectively orchestrated the 2004 coup that ousted Haiti's first democratically elected president, Jean-Bertrand Aristide. Boucard said one benefit of the coup was that it ended Aristide's campaign demanding France pay financial reparations to Haiti. To talk more about Haiti and the devastating impact of colonialism in this massive series in the New York Times, we're joined by two guests. Weston Lee Alsanat is a Haitian-American professor at Fordham University, where he teaches courses on the Atlantic slave trade, the American abolition movement, and Afro-Caribbean history. Gerald Horne also joins us. He's professor of history and African American studies at the University of Houston, author of many books, including Confronting Black Jacobins, the U.S., the Haitian Revolution, and the Origins of the Dominican Republic. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Professor Alsanat, let's begin with you. So this series has come out in the New York Times to both criticism and praise. It's come out in both Creole and in English. That's a first for the New York Times. Can you explain the significance of what many are calling revelations, at least to the general public, but certainly people in Haiti have been alleging for centuries, not only alleging, but of course, having proof of this?
Yes, thank you, Amy. Thank you for having me today. I'm glad to be here in conversation with you. So first, let me start by saying that a great acknowledgement to the many reporters and producers who put this very special issue together, and to have given it a front time exposure, it will mean a lot. Not really for Haitians per se, because the facts that are being revealed throughout the report are very well known, even to the most illiterate Haitian, and even to the youngest Haitian growing up. In fact, given the level of underdevelopment that is prevalent in Haiti today, one knows, at least the Haitian people knows, that this could have only been the legacy of an external force, rather of their own making. So I think the significance of the piece will be that it exposes the rest of the world to a knowledge that actually has existed for over 100 years and shares multiple partners, both in the private sector with regards to the financial industry, as well as the United States government, Germany, Great Britain, and most certainly and most influential France, having played a role in imposing the debt that in many ways will explain Haiti's poverty today. So I welcome the piece. I think it's great in terms of the many research that it brought together, both from academic literature that had already existed, as well as new revelations that are coming up. But in terms of calling it revelations, that would be a misnomer. I myself have written very extensively on the subject. Many other fellow academics, historians have written about it. There have been movements over the decades to get the United States, France, and the other parties responsible for this to get them to some accountability. And I believe a large reason why this never got the fair sort of ear of listening that it should have gotten is because it's coming from Haitians, who many people view as sort of the Africans of the Western Hemisphere, but which is an identity that Haitians proudly wear proudly for reasons that reasonably make sense for it in terms of the freedom that they fought and established for all Black people.
Yeah, I'd like to bring in Professor Gerald Horne to the conversation, another historian who has covered the issue of colonialism, imperialism, and slavery throughout the Americas for decades. I too had the same feeling that a lot of this is only new to people who haven't paid attention to the history of the Western Hemisphere over the last several hundred years. I'm wondering your reaction to the piece, because the Times really is delving into history much more than news. I think the most interesting aspect of it was the particular individuals in France and the institutions that directly benefited from the ransom that Haiti was forced to pay. But largely, this is history that is known by people who know any part of the history of Latin America and of the Western Hemisphere. So I'm wondering your reaction to the piece as a historian who studied this carefully.
Well, first of all, I would urge and encourage the New York Times to follow through with their point that they have uncovered new documents by putting these documents online so that other historians can take advantage of their excavations, and or secondly, placing them at the New York Times archive, which I believe has been cited at the New York Public Library. But I think that this story also is of significance and of moment for us in the United States, for we in the United States, because there has been this myth that has been created that the United States and the Haitian Revolution were twins, even though we know, as I begin my book on the Haitian Revolution, George Washington, the founding father of this country, was quite nervous about the eruption in Haiti in August 1791. And this was understandable because the Haitian Revolution, culminating in 1804, led to a general crisis of the entire slave system in the Americas that could only be resolved with its collapse. Therefore, the United States was probably second to France in being an antagonist of the Haitian people. From their point of view, this was a reaction to the fact that many of the slave revolts in the United States had Haitian fingerprints all over them. I'm speaking of Gabriel's Revolt in Virginia in 1800, the revolt in Louisiana circa 1811, Denmark Vesey about a decade later in South Carolina. In fact, Vesey had sailed in and out of Haiti before that eruption in Charleston, South Carolina. And then, culminating this hostility to Haiti, there is substantial evidence to suggest that when the island that we refer to as Hispaniola, was split in 1844 with the secession from Haiti of what became the Dominican Republic, that this was an early success for U.S. covert operations. So this story in the New York Times is of significance for we in the United States. Hopefully, it will cause us to re-examine the history of this country and move away from the propaganda point that somehow the United States was an abolitionist republic when actually it was the foremost slaveholders republic.
And I'm wondering also if it wouldn't have been worthwhile for the New York Times to do another piece on its own coverage of Haiti over the past 100 years or so. I'm thinking back, for instance, during the first coup against President Aristide, when there were numerous articles in the New York Times about how Aristide was considered to be mentally unstable and erratic in his behavior, all of it fed to it by intelligence sources. And even the Times' coverage, perhaps, of the U.S. occupation, that long occupation in the early 20th century. The Times seems to be willing to go after France and the U.S., but really doesn't look at its own role in creating the narrative of Haiti as a dysfunctional country. I'm wondering what you think about that, Gerald.
Well, you're absolutely correct. Obviously, criticism should be accompanied by self-criticism, and there is much work to be done in that sphere by the New York Times. You mentioned the occupation, 1915 to 1934. The United States did not, the New York Times did not necessarily stress and emphasize in their coverage the mass opposition to the U.S. occupation, particularly by Black Americans, particularly by a founder of the NAACP, speaking of W.E.B. Du Bois, who, as you know, his ancestral roots were in fact on the island, and he led a vigorous campaign against this murderous and bloodthirsty occupation that in some ways involved the reassertion of unpaid labor, the so-called corvée, as it was called euphemistically in
Okay, I think we get the idea. Most people agree. We get the idea. We only have a few of us on the panel now. Oni, what says you to what you see here and to the prompt in particular? Haiti had no friends, not in Africa, not in the Caribbean. Maybe when your white daddy says it, now you will believe Haitians are in this alone. What say you to that?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is like, sure, I don't even know what to say about that. Regarding the prompt, I mean, that's unfortunately, the way how the world is, right? Like, we're gonna have to, like, we have to face facts as well as fancies. The reality is that France
I know
showed
where
up.
you're going. Yeah.
You said what?
I think I know where you're going, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, France shows up with showed up with this military and said, "Look, you're gonna compensate us for the loss we suffered from no longer enslaving you." And I think it was Pétion who said, "Okay, Dessalines was ready to fight them, but they killed Dessalines." Dessalines said, "Look, man, ain't nobody gonna come through to Haiti. I'm gonna protect y'all." And if you will, the mulattoes there killed him, and they divided the nation, and then afterward they sold the nation back to France. But this whole thing about this white boy, now we're showing the world. It's like the white boy know exactly what he did because he did it. I will never. It's like I could never, write a report, write a whole book on how some gangbanger, took my house from me and then give him the book and feel like I accomplished something. You know what I mean? Like, he knows what he did if that so happened to me, So I can't vibe with this whole thing. It's like, well, what are you gonna do about it? And what can we do about it? And unfortunately, I mean, if you see what's going on in Haiti right now, I think I'm going to talk about this tomorrow, where you have, I think they said, like, it was like 200 kidnappings so far this year. So they're just it's just a lawless. President is dead. There's no real leadership, and now gangs are kind of just running this stuff. And I mean, we could always point the finger at, well, if these French never did this and so on and so forth. And, that could be all well and true. If the French never did this, if the British never came to Africa, if this, like, we could do all that alternate history, right? But the reality is that, it goes back to what Frederick Douglass was saying, which was he who was whipped easiest who was with Arthur was the one who was with easiest. And the reality is that when the French saw that you would kill your own president, okay, and then the mulattoes, they liked France. They were francophiles, right? When the French saw that you did that it was like, yeah, okay, let's go get our money. It's not even complicated. I don't remember who it was. Oh, I think I was reading I forgot to finish this book, but I'm reading the Hannibal. I'm reading the Hannibal account and how he was doing that. And it's a real thing where Hannibal is, like, if you look into how Hannibal is thinking, he's really adjusting his strategy based off of the general in charge. This is the real world. The real world is that you look like how men, like when we talk about being men, how men engage. It's like, that if Mr. Untouchable's in charge, right? It's going to be different than if, you, Koku, are in charge. It's different than if I'm in charge. And if you look at us as men, right? The next man is going to look at who's in charge and adjust himself accordingly. Say what you want. They killed the Dessalines. He was the protection.
Yep.
He was the protection. He had a plan. He said, look, man, if they come to us, we're going to go back into the mountains and we're going to give them another war, and it's going to be that. When you talk about irritated genie, that was a reference to. He's like, yeah, they're gonna control, like not control the waters, but basically it's gonna be so difficult for their navy to come to us. He says this. It's documented. These white folk are reading it like, yeah, we can't get to it. It's the same way happened with Nzinga. When Nzinga was alive, they couldn't touch Angola. They understood. They know who's in charge. They know they like this is the world. And so, yeah, you could blame the French, but I'm not saying to blame ourselves, but the reality that's how the freaking world spins. And I mean, you could tell this white boy, hey, you profit from slavery. He's like, yeah, I know that shit. I told you that. like you're fucking reading my documents. You reading my bank statement. I handed to you. Of course I know I made money from here, and I'm gonna do it again. Trust me.
Only just quickly speak to the part of the problem that says Haiti had no friends from Africa, no friends in the Caribbean.
Oh, I mean, let's see. From Africa, Haiti had no friends from Africa. Again, like it's hard to. It's like here's the trouble is that like the trouble is like what could you have done? If we're being realistic, if the Pan-Africanists are killed and the Francophones are in charge, then what exactly do you expect Dahomey to do on the other side of the planet? Like what do you expect them to do? If you have the sellouts in charge, it's like right now you got these like you just don't have right now. You have like these gangs just running Haiti, right? Now you could be like now you could say, hey, why don't Rwanda just send its military over to so on and so forth? You could do that. You could ask that question. But reality is that that's another issue. It's like America's sitting around like, okay, Rwanda, you sending your military where? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. you doing
that's
what now?
An act of war, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you doing what now? So it's like I'm not going to say that Haiti had no friends. I think Haiti, I mean, again, it's like it's a tough call because if you really look at this French situation or in this Haitian situation, the Pétion was a Francophile. Period. You understand? And so as the leader of Haiti, like Haiti split into two. There was Christophe and Pétion. Pétion's the one who sells out Haiti, right? But what happens with that is that when you're in that situation, it's like, how do you win? How like what's the winning strategy there? Who do you like? How do you do that? And then not just that, like realistically, Africa was on the other side of the continent, and Haiti, if you guys remember, was like the first republic. So it's like it's not like like as far as I like what I would say is this: Haiti got its independence in 1801 or something like that, right? Or 1802. Yeah. Jamaica got its independence in 1960.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like what
think about that. The Bahamas, 1973.
Yeah, exactly. Like what do you mean? Like that legit. That was like a freak. Like they were colonies up until 1960s, 1970s. Like wait, what do you mean? Like what do you expect them to do? And like not just that. Dahomey was gone by that point. And Nigeria was like the Nigerian. Like Ghana was the Gold Coast. Like what did you expect these non-existent countries to do in what was it 1901 when or whatever year it was 1910 or whatever when America invades Haiti? Like what do you expect the colony, the British colony and the British colony in Africa or the British colony in the Caribbean to do? I don't understand.
Yeah, and it's come up on Shoot the Breeze before too. Let's be honest about it. Haiti was 1802, 1803, right? And it took on Jamaica's early 60s, the Bahamas' early 70s. Why did it take so long for those countries to see freedom with Haiti literally right next to us? We talked about this before, but I'm sure we're going to talk about it a little bit more. Before I go to Mr. Untouchable, let me read some comments real quick. Earlier, Raw Vital Vegetari said, me have to say that me soon be 65 years old and I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. Why keep making the same mistakes which the ancestors made, thinking we can somehow share this planet with them, with the Caucasoids. Kevin Carre said, congratulations to Oni for hitting 1,000 subs. Raw Vital Vegetarian says, all Caucasoids should be destroyed from the oldest to the youngest, coming forth from the female host, the overstand. We had comments from Afro Native World saying he wanted to go a little longer with the video, but I think we got the gist. Afro Native World says, wonder if Dr. Horn speaks on Pan-Africanism regarding Haiti. Afro Native World says Haiti was friends to others and it was not reciprocated as far as I seen studying the history. The Harsh Ali podcast, as D Webb on father duty right now, says, so what has changed so drastically now that France would not pay Haiti? He goes on to say, you can make an argument that every people group on this planet is owed a debt by someone else. Question is, can you collect the debt? If not, it's tantamount to begging. We got Jay in the chat. I like Jay, man. Jay says Senegal received many Haitians after the earthquakes, entrepreneurs and students. He also said, good morning. It's 5 o'clock where he is. So, yeah, that's why we didn't get Jay this week. Afro Native World says Simon Bolivar betrayed Haiti after Pétion. Haiti helped them get free from Spain. Kevin Carre says 1804 is the year. Afro Native World says perhaps Hugo Chavez was friends with Haiti. Mr. Untouchable, I want you to speak to, in particular, the notion that Africa was not a friend to Haiti or the Caribbean was not a friend to Haiti. And Haiti is in this alone. Based on what you saw in the video, speak to those things.
I think that my good brother, I thought that we came to some understanding on this particular subject a while back. And I thought that we had the ability to set the record straight on a few things. But since my brother wants to belabor the point, I'm going to talk historically and currently on the issue with this statement of not having no friends. Because when Haiti gained their independence in 1804, Haiti, us, the Bahamas, Cuba, and Jamaica. We are the three countries that is in nearest proximity to Haiti. Haiti could have run the board in the Caribbean if they chose to, because they had the military capability to do it, obviously with defeating the British, the Spanish, and whoever else is around them. Who would have been their best allies or better allies if not for the people who were still enslaved and enslaved colonies that surrounded them? They had the ability to do it, and even in numbers, because we are not in a large population in numbers like Haiti is. Haiti is what, 11 million?
Like 12, yeah.
To 11 to 12 million. They could have run the board in the Caribbean. Run the board. Starting with Jamaica and the Bahamas and Cuba in liberating the Africans. That is their military force. But they chose not to do it at the time. Now we stand in a position where we have no friends. Well, I mean, if the leaders at the time was friendly to the rest of the people, they said, well, if you arrive here, I mean, we didn't have the ability to do that. 1804, we were still enslaved. So I'm asking, what are we talking about? So I'm saying that the leaders should have taken things in hand and liberated the rest of the Caribbean when they had the ability to do it. Then you would have more allies on board in your situation, and it would have been a much better situation. I mean, we could even run the board in the United States. Who knew? But history as it is the history of the Caribbean and North America. As far as the contemporary situation in Haiti and the rest of the Caribbean, let me speak for the Caribbean, in particular the Bahamas. There are hundreds of thousands of Haitians that have come over here legally and illegally. They have been able to garner jobs and send millions of dollars of remittances back to the country of Haiti. If we are not your friends, how do y'all have the ability to transfer Bahamian dollars into gourds and be able to feed the families in Haiti? If you have no friends, how is the Bahamians or the Jamaicans or the Cubans having the ability to allow you to work in that country and send the monies back home? That's one. Two, the Cuban doctors, the Haitians have been able to substantially benefit off of the healthcare of the Cubans who have offered them aid and support. Haitians need only go to Cuba and enroll in their medical schools, and for free they are able to get medical training and take that training back to Haiti. If they have no friends, why are the Cubans permitting the Haitians to do these things? After the devastating earthquakes inside of Haiti, many Haitian students were permitted to come to the country and receive education for free. Not only prior to that, Haitians are able to receive education freely in our society, and they are able to receive health care in our society. They clog the hospitals down here. We take our tax dollars and we give it, not give it, but we are able to distribute it in the essential needs and necessities of the people who come to our country. Sometimes to the extent that where it's deleterious to us. So to suggest that they have no friends is, to me, is very short-sighted. And I thought that we have been able to make clear what the positions is on these nuanced issues pertaining to the Caribbean and Haiti. But the brother, believing the point, he blinds his eyes like Stevie Wonder. And I feel like sometimes that's very unfair. The whole Caribbean, in one way or another, have helped many Haitians. Not only that, in America, in South Florida, they have a place called Little Haiti. Little Haiti. So the Haitians themselves send remittances and American dollars back to Haiti. If Haiti was to have any problem, the biggest problem I find and I believe with Haiti is an internal one. Because my question is, what happens to the money after it reaches Haiti? Because if you are sending millions and millions of dollars, whereas amounting to the billions of dollars of other people not only sending remittances, but Haitians themselves are sending remittances back to Haiti, Haiti remains in the condition it's in. So sometime you have to stop pointing the fingers at others and start pointing the fingers at yourself. Now that's a bitter medicine, but this is the Bitter Medicine podcast, eh?
Appropriate.
So I am able to say these things with love. So I feel like, this, for me personally, this will be the last time I'm gonna vet this issue, because I don't want to come off across like some kind of xenophobe or anything like that. But I think that the conversation is very nuanced, and me and my great brother has had these discussions before, and I have tried my best to explain the nuances that existed historically and currently on the issue. But the brother seems to want to belabor the point. But this is an unfair statement, I believe, in particular for the Caribbean people.
Was there anything in the video that you wanted to comment on?
Well, one thing, Gerald Horn is a historian who has commented on Haiti in the past before. There's videos out there if anyone would be interested, because someone asked about whether he, as a Pan-African, spoke about Haiti before. And there's YouTube videos with him speaking on the topic of Haiti. So if he is interested in listening to what he has to say, he could just easily maybe do a little bit of research on Haiti, and he'll find Dr. Horn talking about what happened in Haiti and things of that nature.
Thank you for that. Let's welcome in my boy Jay. Jay, how are you this week, man?
I just killed 2 cups of coffee, so I'm not asleep. I'm not asleep anymore. I'm not sleepy anymore.
Yes.
I'm moving. I'm moving from one home to another.
Are you on the continent right now?
No.
Oh, okay. You back in Europe? Okay.
I came back for this reason, for this move.
Oh, okay.
I want to be on the continent next month.
Okay. Jay, you see the prompt and you hear the discourse around this prompt and video. What say you to all of it?
I was listening to Mr. Untouchable in pain, but yeah, the medicine is bitter. The medicine is bitter.
The medicine is
Senegal,
bitter.
yeah, Senegal. I was in Senegal when the shortly after or when the earthquake happened, and Senegal flew in quite some people. The in those days, one of the largest or the largest solar panel merchant was a Haitian business that was flown in after the earthquake, and a lot of students where I was in the south, where a lot of Haitian students were there studying applied information technology. So yeah, it's the knife cuts the knife cuts in two ways, right? So
Yes.
so it can be seen as help, but it can also be seen as profiting, pulling in some entrepreneurs and students to enforce your own economy. I don't know, man. I don't know. The Mr. Untouchable had the bitter medicine that makes me think.
I appreciate that, Jay. Thanks for joining us. I know I still got Urzuli to get to, but as you know, I get to the prompt creator the last. Here, Brother Bakari, you're back.
Yo, what's up?
What say you?
Yeah, I heard Mr. Untouchable speaking. I know when I went to the Bahamas. Oh my, I loved it, by the way. But I saw a lot of Haitians. They even had their own neighborhoods or whatever where they were hanging out at, where the lady took me to anyway, because I didn't want to hang out in all the tourist shit. I wanted to go where black people were. She was like, well, this is where the Haitians live. So, and he said, I heard him also talk about it's an internal problem. Yes, because I'm gonna tell you, man, when I hear people talking about look what how FBA was saying that Haitians need to hold their own nuts when they was getting, at the border, right? I actually had a friend from Haiti. That's why I said had. He's Haiti. He literally didn't give a damn. They lazy. Why they trying to come here? Won't they go back to Haiti and work? He really didn't give a shit. So I just stopped. In all honesty, I just stopped dealing with it. So yes, I could say some internal stuff going on.
I hear you on that because when there was the Haitians at the border being abused, I heard Haitians here in New York who, and again, I'm originally from the Bahamas, so thanks for visiting. But I heard Haitians in New York say that these Haitians at the border being abused were scamps and weren't really on the up and up, et cetera, et cetera. So that's true. With that said, let's welcome Urzuli. First of all, Urzuli, how are you this week?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
All right, Urzuli. What say you to all of this?
Well, my the statement about this is that I don't care about what happened during the history. I don't care about the corruption. I don't care about that. That statement says because most of the Caribbean people, especially the ones in America, who always throw the shit in Haitians' face. When a Haitian person say, "Hey, we had 1804," the number one thing most of the Caribbean throw in a Haitian face is, "Look at your country; it's the poorest now. What did you do with it?" And no matter how many times you trying to educate them about the situation, they always threw it in our face like it was us. We didn't do, and the way the corruption is us, but to act like that Haiti is just trash on its own, and it's not really Haiti, it's the Port-au-Prince, because there's nice parts of Haiti that are not going through this shit. So, but to act like that Haiti is just incompetent on its own with no other countries having their hands playing ventriloquist is what was disappointing. And then
I gotta
really,
interject.
I don't care.
I gotta interject real quick. I think, I mean, in my walk of life, and I know you from college, so in my walk of life, which is similar to yours, I think most, I mean, to me, most black folks acknowledge that Haiti is tampered with. It's set back all the time. It's what's the word I'm trying to find? It's I can't think of the particular word. It's sabotage, you know. So I think that's common talk amongst diasporans.
I don't. Maybe in the past 2 years, maybe in the past 2 years, or maybe in the past 3 or 4 or 5 years. But in general, most Caribbean people, when a Haitian is sitting and he's proud of Haiti,
you're in the matrix there a little bit. Azuli, you're in the matrix there. You gotta fix the fix your reception or something because you're breaking up. I'll say something now.
Can you hear? Can you hear
go
me?
ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that when Haitian people trying to celebrate one of their major accomplishments, the majority of the Caribbean and here or abroad used to throw the shit in our face like, oh, you ain't do shit with it. What's the difference? Why did you even fight for it? You wasn't even ready. To the point I was like, yo, how you gonna tell a slave when to revolt? And I'm known this for personal experience to all these people that are talking about their political, the Pan-African, all these people threw it in our face. So when I say Haiti has no friend, Haiti has no friend. So if people want to say, oh, there was 3,000 some Haiti, my country did this for Haiti, what did y'all get in return? Y'all did it for free? You want me to believe that this country did this for free? I don't believe it, because in this world, there's nothing for free.
No, but but I gotta push back on that. Where's the facts? Do you have the facts to show that a country just used Haiti for some resource or something and didn't give back? Like, where is the facts? We can't go off of what we believe.
This is not what I said. I said that there's nothing for free. I don't have facts that says, oh, this country did this for this and that in return. I didn't say that. I'm saying that people don't do shit for free anymore. Haiti, when Aristide, so this thing said right here that New York Times said America was part of the coup in 2004. Bullshit. Aristide got kicked out in 1992, 91. So there's two things. When we were saying that, oh, all of this, none of y'all said, I mean, maybe individual people said, what did y'all countries say? What did the Bahamas say? What did Jamaica say? What did Trinidad say? What did Cuba? Maybe Cuba had some more to say, because Cuba I could say maybe was as an ally. But I'm talking about the Negro Caribbeans. Okay, I guess you couldn't say anything because you ain't got no power. Is that it? But people want to say that why did Haiti not come fight free y'all? What are you talking about? 10 million. There wasn't 12 million Haitians in 1803. We fought them off by using their own people against each other, against them. We didn't have a bigger army than the French. We didn't have a bigger army than the British. We didn't have a bigger army than the English. What are we talking about?
But you had freedom, though. And you had freedom to build upon those institutions.
What? Freedom to build what?
But you had control of the country.
What are you talking, bro? They put an embargo on the freaking country for 200 years, bro.
I understand that, but Haiti is a country of resources. Other people could get wood and metal and extract this and that and the other from Haiti. You guys had the freedom to do so. I mean, listen, when your boy said, listen, we got our independence on our own, let the rest of the country, let the rest of the Caribbean remain, what's the term he used again? Let the rest of the Caribbean remain in asleep or something like that, he said. If slavery is good for them in those countries, let it continue to be so. We got our independence. It wasn't a justification of we don't have the resources, we don't have the military, we don't have the this, the that, and the other, the power, whatever. It wasn't that. The statement was, we fought for it, let them fight for it too.
Okay, if that's what you want to say, that they meant by that, that's fine. But you know the funny thing, if that's the case, how come Haitian paid money to get African Americans from America to come move to Haiti? Paid money for that, if that was the case.
Well, you would have to explain that. I mean, you would have to tell us why.
Explain that? No. You said that we could. I'm telling you, if Haiti had this, if the Haitians had the superpower that you claim that we had, to go so as a country that newly got their independence. So we're gonna leave our country, use our military to go fight to free other people. Meanwhile, the Dominicans on the other side are fighting against constantly to free themselves from us. So you don't think we had our own inner conflicts to deal with?
I have a question. Okay. So the statement was made that no one does anything for free, which is, it's a justification to say that. So our dollar in the Bahamas is 1 to 1. 1 American dollar is 1 Bahamian dollar. So when the Haitians come over and send millions of dollars in remittances back to Haiti, I need you to point to something tangible that the Bahamians are getting in return, because
you don't get to tax. You don't tax them. They get that money for free. They don't put money in your economy.
Hold on, Huzuli. The people who are registered are taxed.
Yes.
The people who are not registered, the undocumented Haitians,
most are
send remittances back to Haiti. So I want you to point to something that we are getting into the millions of dollars from Haiti that is on comparison. So because you say nothing is for free. So what deal are we getting from the Haitian government in return for the millions of dollars that my country sends to Haiti? Please tell me that. I'm ready. All this.
Let me ask you a question. When the people work, whether they work on what's the word, under the table,
yeah,
undocumented, they don't spend money in your country?
Let me tell you what happened here. Sometimes they spend money within the black businesses here. Some Haitians have their own businesses here. Sometimes they spend money internally, brother.
Bro, that's like saying undocumented people here don't spend money in the American economy. That's like saying Mexican here or Haitians here who are here they spend money into the economy.
Some of them do. Some spend money with.
Let's say.
Hold on. There are two economies. There are more in the Bahamas. There's more than one economy, brother.
Yeah.
There's more than one economy. So you have the dominant economy, which is us. Then you have, well, some people say which is us. Then you have other economies. You have the Haitian economy that's going on. You have the Cuban economy that is going on. You have the Jamaican economy that's going on. So which economy are you talking about now? Because
I'm talking about the Bahamian economy.
Other Haitians, brother. Haitians buy from other Haitians here.
I'm talking about from the Bahamian economy.
Some Haitians spend money within the Bahamian economy, sure. But many Haitians, in particular undocumented ones, they spend money within their own economy.
If an undocumented Haitian spends money at a Haitian restaurant in Bahamas, right? That Haitian owner has to be documented, right? Because so that means you guys still got to pay. Your country still benefit from that undocumented person spending money into the documented Haitian business in the Bahamas, bro.
Absolutely, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying show me, because we talking about the relationship now. You say no one does nothing for free. So show me into the millions of dollars that sent out this country, because there are a few Haitian businesses, sure, but I'm talking about the many various undocumented Haitians that work within our economy and send millions of dollars back home. So
Yeah,
show me the
how do you
on-par
know how do you
relationship
know they
where
send
we
millions
are
of dollars
getting
back
something
home?
from Haiti in return.
Bro, I can't show you none of that. I'll research
So
it.
the relationship is an imbalanced
I
one.
can't
So when you say that no one does nothing for free, sure, the Haitians pay taxes here, but it's still an unequal relationship. You all are benefiting more than we are because you all taking the monies that you all earn here and sending it out of the country.
So are you saying
I don't want to make this. Go ahead, brother.
saying Mexico? Are you saying Mexico? So let's use that example. You're saying Haitians and Bahamians. Let's say Mexicans in America. So all the undocumented Mexican who use their money and send it to Mexico or whatever. Are you saying that it's a one-way fare? You saying that Mexico is getting more benefit from that than the U.S.?
I would say this. The reason why Trump is so angry at immigration is because he's a businessman. So he gonna look at the bottom line first, the money. So the reason why he was trying to build this big goddamn wall is because a lot of it had to do with the remittances that was leaving the United States of America and going into the Mexican economy. Do you think a leader of a country wants money leaving out of his country and going to benefit another country?
What do you mean? That's not the government's money. That's not the government's money. That's the Haitian people working. What do you mean?
Okay.
So let me ask you a question. If you're sending money from one country to another country, right? There's a middleman, right? Who's that middleman in the Bahamas? Who owns that?
You talking about with the money, the people who actually send the money?
Okay,
if I got about Western Union or MoneyGram and things like that.
The money. Let me give you a good joke about that. Because I just sent money to my brother the other day, and the MoneyGram place that I went to, the people who were inside there the business was full of Haitians. It was full of Haitians. I had to send money through the Haitians to America to send money to my brother. Get that.
Bro, who owns Western Union?
It was like a Western Union. It was like a MoneyGram Western Union place. But the
Haitians don't own that company. All those companies are owned by Euros.
Are you sure?
It's like a franchise, bro. It's like a franchise. What are you talking about?
No, Erzuli, he's saying, I'm familiar with what he's talking about. He's saying that it's a business akin to Western Union or MoneyGram, but it's a privately owned kind of copycat type of business. So yes, there's a possibility that
what's the name of the business?
It's a that don't matter.
I don't
it's
have
a
the
possibility.
Yes, it does matter because yes, it does matter because in America you could only send to Western Union. What's the other one? The Gram that you just said, and Cam, and all of these things are not owned by. Oh my god.
Okay. Well, we talking about something different. I don't want to come off in difficult.
Well, if you want to give Bahamas help Haitians, fine. Okay. What I'm saying is, all these countries are part of the United Nations. Where are the president coming out and saying something against the injustice that's been going on in Haiti? That's what I'm talking about. Where are because you helped during the freaking hurricane? Okay. Before the hurricane, where was y'all?
Erzuli, there are things, and when you are in office, in particular with these, just hammer out. Don't get upset. Hear me out first before you get upset. There are some things leaders of these very small countries can do, and there are some things because they are a small country who don't have a big military like the United States can't do. So what I'm saying is the leaders of these countries will say, hey, let me offer you some help. Bring your children in. Let's educate them in this hard time. Before the hurricane was there, like I say, we have Haitians in the society who's been living undocumented here, and we've been allowing them access to the essential services, hospitals, schools, things of that nature for long before the hurricane ever even was thought about. That's neither here nor there. But there are things that these leaders could do in these parts of the world, they can do, and there are things they can do. Publicly, they may not be able to express it, but privately, sure they do. Understand, though, that not only does these leaders have to answer to the so-called bigger powers that exist? They have to answer to their people too. So when you answer to your people and you are seemingly benefiting the needs of other people's country as opposed to yours, you will not be in power the next electoral year. You won't be in power anymore. So you are walking a very thin line. So all I'm simply saying is the discussion that you trying to have, this forthright discussion, is extremely nuanced. There are many different factors that go into it. And I'm saying that, listen to, I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground, the people on the ground. When you listen to modern media, they're going to portray one picture of what it is. You speaking to me who is actually on the ground, I give you a completely different perspective. Maybe it's a perspective you probably never heard before because you listening to pundits via social media and these mega media stations.
I'm not listening to pundits, bro. I've been Haitian for
Zuli, you got to work on the reception. You sound like you're in the Matrix. You got to work on the reception. I want to give you the last word on this prompt before we move on to prompt number 7. So when you get in a place where your sound is good, let us know. Yeah, go ahead. Make the case. What is it that you really want? Since you feel like there's no friends to your country, which is your right to feel. What do you want to tell us and people who are listening? Yeah, can you hear me? Azul, you got to work on that. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Now?
Yes, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Yes, I could hear you. So what I want to say is that whether you are, when I'm saying this is that a lot of the Caribbean people, including those people, including all over the world, when Haitian people were talking about this and that and the third, nobody believed us. But when this, all of a sudden, when this article comes out, people are hitting me from left to right. Oh, this and that. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, this and that and the third. The same people that destroyed a lot of people that destroyed the Haitian economy, that's the same people y'all wanted to put in power. That's the same people y'all just voted for 4 years. So all I'm saying is that I'm not saying yes, there's a bunch of corrupt assholes in Haiti. Yeah. All I'm saying is that when Haitian had the only thing that was going for them, claiming that little independence that they had, major of the Caribbean English speaking, the other Caribbean French speaking, shitted on Haiti. That's what I'm saying. That's it.
All right. I guess we'll all probably agree to disagree here. But for time's sake, let's go to Shoot the Breeze number 7 tonight. Thank you, Azuli, for joining us tonight, as well as Brother Bakari and Jay. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is this madness has to stop. This came with a link that seems it's going to take us to an article. By the way, let me say this too. On Shoot the Breeze, I try not to really do too much reading of anything personally because I do enough of that during the week. I try to put up prompts that have videos to them. So I appreciate all those, who went on the Discord and posted the prompts and whatnot. But what's going on here? And this is a part of the reason why I don't like dealing with articles, because oftentimes there's these ad block paywalls and all this stuff that you have to get behind to actually see the article, and it looks like this is the case here as well. So I can't even read the damn thing. Let me see something. Oh, let me refresh and see if that helps. But this is why I don't like dealing with these articles. I prefer videos that speak for themselves. In the chat, let me just read some of these, yeah, that's not going to work for me. Afro-Native World says there is an anti-Haitian sentiment in the Caribbean, though. Not sure if that's the case all throughout, as I've not been to every island, but definitely seen it among various islanders. I think the big anti-Haitian sentiment, and there is actually, there is, and I think the big reason for a lot of that is the religious thing, Voodoo, Obeah, versus the fact a lot of these other Caribbean islands were Catholicized or Anglicized or what have you, and that's a clashing point. Afro-Native World says this is, of course, among non-Pan-African islanders. Yeah, that's a good point to make as well. Ethno-nationalists. Raw, Idle, Vital, Vegetari. And by the way, thanks for coming through, Raw Idle. I don't know how you learned about the show, but drop a comment. Let me know how you learned about this podcast. They say it not matter where you're from. If you're black, we're all in the same boot, right? Afro-Native World responds to that saying more people have to see it that way. And Raw Idle Vital seems to be a sister, not a guy. So my apologies if I said the wrong thing earlier. This right here is why I don't do these. So we're gonna skip this Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 and go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. So I'd like you guys, I appreciate everyone who posts topics and whatnot, but you gotta be mindful of a couple of things. Number one, I don't want to read anything, to be honest. And number two, a lot of times these articles are behind these different paywalls and whatnot. And so that's a problem here as well. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 tonight is what happened when FBA, which is Foundational Black Americans, met up with FWA, Foundational White Americans. This came with a link. Let's see if we can get this working. While that's loading, I have a slow system these last couple weeks. Harsh Rally Podcast says if you use Chrome, download the Reader mode extension and get past pill. All right, I'll do that for the future. Thanks for that piece of information. So this next prompt is going to be about what happened when FBA, which is Foundational Black Americans, met up with FWA.
We were enslaved. You were over in Europe.
How about the bunkers that?
Yeah,
bro.
Okay. Now, who's
No,
talking?
when you were enslaved, we were in America. You guys were
No, you
brought
were
to
not.
America.
No, you were not. You fled from your slums of Europe in the 20th century. You were not over here. You're very new runaways who came
So what
over
do you
here.
call the 13 colonies?
There's so
A
many
place
white
that you were
poor
not.
people.
You were not here. You weren't even considered white. You sound like a
Blacks
low-level
weren't
white.
even here during the 13
Yes, we
colonies.
were.
Blacks
Yes, we
didn't
were.
come over
What's
here
going on
until
with white
Man, you don't
poverty?
know
Why are
history.
there so many white
Yes,
poor people?
you know.
We
There
were
were black people
encased in
here.
the 20th century. That's what you're
Man,
Oh,
saying.
are you one of those
okay.
blacks who think that the Native Americans were black?
They are. They are. They literally are.
Man, there were black people on this land
Yakub
before we were
created
Native
the black.
Americans. Are you one of these whites that paid $5 to get on the Indian rolls?
So do you think that like black people were like all over the world at one point or something? You don't think that you guys just came from Africa?
They originated in Antarctica, dude.
Ma'am, do you think that everybody has Neanderthal blood like yourself?
No, I
No,
don't.
you
I
Negroes
think
have
we were
Only
all
Europeans.
All
equal
right, now we're
before.
getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere.
Why
Now
do
let's
white
talk about.
people like to shoot up schools?
Let's talk about your
Why do black
Neanderthal
people
DNA.
like to shoot up their own neighborhoods?
Why do
Why
white
do
people like to shoot children?
Okay, hey niggers, we're gonna let Tariq Nasheed talk, okay? Not knock off Tariq Nasheed 1, 2, 3, and 4. Tariq, no, not everybody has Neanderthal DNA, but that's what makes us better than you. That's what makes us smarter than you. You guys have Homo habilis, Homo erectus, where you were evolving 40,000 years by yourself. You fucking nigger. That's why we're so much smarter than you. That's why the Asians are so much smarter than you, because they have some Neanderthal admixture.
Okay, if you're so smart, why are you living in a trailer park with 3 flat tires?
Is that your only retort? That's all you have to say, Tariq? I thought you were smarter than that, bud.
You got a PhD in transmission fluid. I mean, come on. You're not that
Tariq,
smart.
I live
come
in
on.
a
You're
nice
better
white
than that.
neighborhood, and I own 2 cars.
Okay. Lord, my God.
You
White
always
supremacy
said
is so
that black
delusional.
people been here for so long, but if you niggas had such a head start, how'd y'all get fucked in the end?
Well, by dealing with you white supremacists and
Because
speaking
we
of
were
Didn't cut
better,
out
right?
for it.
I know you were not.
So wait, you had
Tariq,
experience
you
in dealing with us?
shitty
trolling.
I thought you were
wait, let me ask you
trolling.
this. How did we get screwed and you guys have a 0 birth rate, white supremacists, and you're dying off? So how did we get screwed?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm having plenty of children, and they're all white, and most of them are boys.
No, you're not, ma'am. No, you're not.
I am. You can ask anybody here who knows me IRL.
Ma'am, your hillbilly vagina is not getting no action. Stop it, okay?
Okay, whatever, Tariq Nasheed. I don't have to prove myself to a black man, for one, and I don't have to prove myself to
I
you.
don't have to hear lies. I don't have to hear lies from a person.
Okay, that's fine. I don't care. Nonetheless, whites have always been the minority of the world, and we still conquered it. We
Yes, you
still
did.
were able to take over it.
Yes, you
So
were.
you can sit here and spew your hate and your poison as
Mhm.
much as you want, but I
Mhm.
want to know if you had a choice in
Mhm.
being under the white man's thumb, then why were you sold into slavery?
Because the white supremacists came over and deceived everybody. You used deception. You didn't do it with
So
strength.
you didn't have a
do it with
choice.
smart.
No,
You
it
didn't.
was
You didn't have
actually
a
the
choice.
The white
Ashkenazi
supremacists
You couldn't
used
choose to
actually
walk
support.
away.
Tariq, there were no white supremacists. Buddy, listen, I know this is going to be a real fucking shocker for you, okay? Now, let's sit down, Tariq. This is going to be real fucking scary, okay? I know. But at the height of American slavery or the American slave trade, or, whatever you want to say, the majority of slave owners were Jewish. I know you don't know that because these little kikes, they've come along and they've told you, well, hey nigger, we're your friend now. No, but at the height of American slavery, 78% of slave owners were ethnic Jews. 40% of the Jewish population were slave owners. Only 0.35% of white Americans who did not classify themselves as Jews were owned slaves. So how is it white supremacists, Tariq? It sounds like Zionist supremacy to me.
You're not going to talk about that.
It's so over, dude.
I fucking will. Go ahead, Tariq. I'll talk to you about the difference between whites and Jews. Go ahead. I'm waiting.
Tariq, that's a distinction without a difference, and that's a lie, and it's just too boring to debunk.
Look, we know your
Tariq, hold on.
Let's be clear. If it weren't for black people,
it wasn't the
you were
whites.
dying in Europe, sir.
It wasn't
you
the
were dying
whites.
in Europe. Black people saved you several times. You were dying because of the several plagues. You almost died out if it weren't for the black Moors that went over and saved you. So you're welcome. Give thanks to the black people.
The black
Moors was black.
Tariq, we've talked
Yes,
about
the black
Tariq.
Moors.
Me and you have talked about this. The Moors weren't
Yes,
black.
indeed. Yes, they were. Let's stop the Moors.
No, they weren't. They were Arabic. They were Arabic.
No,
They
stop
were
that.
Arabic.
No, they were not.
Southern
No, they
European.
were not. No, they were
Yes,
not.
they were. Tariq, what are the Berbers?
Yeah, they
We
were.
called them Moors.
Hold on, whoa, Tariq, because this is exactly what Buck broke you last time, Tariq. What are the Berbers, Tariq? Go ahead and answer that question for everybody.
Yeah, they were Berber. They split off from the other races
Berber is based on
17,500
language.
years ago.
Berber is the same thing as saying somebody's Hispanic. That's a language-based distinction.
That's true.
They were
There's
Middle
blacks
Eastern.
that are
Black.
Berber.
Tariq, they were
Most
Middle
of them
Eastern.
look like,
Deal with it. There were
Greeks
black
or
people who
Turks.
saved you. You over there in Europe.
Tariq,
dying
the only black people that were Moors were the niggers that were captured in northern Africa and used as slaves.
The kings over there in Spain were black Moors, jet black.
No, they were not.
The
They were
kings
never
of
black.
Spain, the only place that you niggers got to, the Moors, if you want to count the Moors as black, was southern Italy, Sicily. And it took you guys, 80 years to conquer Sicily? And that's the people you want to be proud of?
And then they
I'd
were
be claiming
completely
they were Middle Eastern all fucking day.
There was actually one more subset of
Why do
Moors.
you think the Spanish
the,
and the Italians are darker than the Northern Europeans, sir?
Tariq, that's because they're closer to the equator. They're getting more sun. They're getting more sun, Tariq. So they're going to be a little darker. But the only place they were in, Tariq, I know this is very hard for you to understand, but the only place, and you just do research, and all you black people that are listening, all you fans of Tariq Nasheed, all you niggers that think Tariq Nasheed is some god, you just listen. You do a little bit of research, right? The only place that the Moors ever invaded successfully was Sicily, which is an island off of southern Italy, and they took 80 years to get it, and then they held it for 80 more years. So there, and then by the way, the Italians barely sent any men there, and that's the only reason they conquered it. So just because it took you 80 years to conquer a fucking island from a bunch of fucking basically civilians doesn't mean anything. And again, they were Arabs, not black.
Sir, that equator lie. Stop with the equator. They're darker because of the equator. Is the equator code word for black dick? Because that's what got them darker. The black dick that got them darker. They
Tariq,
got.
you're trolling, Tariq. You're trolling.
I'm not trolling.
It's
That's
right.
You're trolling as tyrant.
They
Tariq.
dominated.
So you are.
Spain
So you
and
are.
It's really dry.
They dominated Spain. Black people dominated.
Oh yeah. Thankfully that ended. The cringe factor was kind of high there. Brother Bakari, what say you to what you just saw?
Oh, excuse me. I coined that FWA, Foundation of White Americans.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Hey, yes. You know what? Foundation of Black Americans and ADOS, they are afraid of ADOS, American Descendants of Slaves. They are afraid of Foundation of White Americans and ADOSO, American Descendants of Slave Owners. They were utterly disrespected, had nothing to say, trying to crack jokes. It was a damn embarrassment for them. Did you see how when the white boy said, "Listen here, you niggers, you shut up. I don't want to hear Tariq talk. Knock Tariq 1, 2, 3, and 4," and they just shut up and ain't said a damn word.
Quiet.
Ain't said nothing, but they got all the smoke for people from Africa, from the islands, from any other black people. If you're a Pan-African, they want to come to your panels and be very disrespectful. This need to be played more because it's an absolute embarrassment to show what these people are made of. But they're afraid to fight people that they want to be. They're afraid to fight people who they have to beg, who they feel they got to beg for everything in the form of reparations. And after all these years, it hasn't happened. I'm not against it, but I ain't fighting for that because I ain't begging nobody no more. It's time for black men to pull their fucking pants up, black folks pull their pants up and do whatever. And then white folks should have been checked. I would have damn sure checked their ass. That's what I got to say.
Appreciate that. Love the energy in that response. To Afro Native World earlier said, "Oh, the small hat scapegoat." Yeah, well, these white folks like to run to this Jewish thing, but KW Don 7 says, arguing with Urugu is circular. Serious black people have to be about their business, not trying to convince Urugu of their humanity. KW Don 7 goes on to say the Moors were a multiracial ethnic group. Afro-Native World says they're F1, foundational first, LOL. Yeah, they're not black. They're not B1. They're not black first, and they should stop it. Afro-Native World says, so they care about FWA opinions. Absolutely. Jay was in the chat as well. I'll let Jay speak right now, as a matter of fact. Jay, what say you to what you just saw?
It's there's so much to say.
Go ahead.
Either way, these clubhouse experiences are always cringy. People shout over each other.
Right.
That's why I prefer to have discussions, quote unquote discussions, on Facebook where it's written, right? So you don't have to repeat 100 times because it's written. It's right there. You can go back and read it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's so much to say. Even to the chat. No, Moors were black. Moors were blackety black as soet, as old Dutch songs say. Moriaantje zo zwart als roet. little more as black as soot. No, Moors were black, blackety black. Last week, what I said in the chat. Last week I was the utmost southern island of Italy. And a dude is white. If you see him, he's white, right? And he's the whitest in his family. His father is as black as me. So it made me think about the small head scapegoat, you know. It made me think about True Romance and the Jewish domination of Hollywood, because in True Romance, in the movie True Romance, the Italians, this white guy insults the Italians by telling them their parents were fucked by niggers, right? But I was sitting with an Italian whose father is as dark as niggers, quote unquote, as dark as me, and he was proud of it, you know. And the coat of arms of the island is those four Moors. You probably know the four Moors with the white bandana. You probably can
What's the country?
Can visualize the utmost southern island of Italy. Let me get a Google Maps.
Okay, you do that, and I'll let's hear from Uzuli in the meantime. Uzuli, what say you to what you saw?
You get back to me, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Uzuli, what say you to what you saw?
A grifter versus his ancestors. His kids have the same blood as them, so I don't really care about anything. To me, hey, it's a discussion. They believe the other side believe this. It was a circular conversation. Nobody, all Tariq Nasheed was doing was throwing insults, and at the end of the day, he didn't pull out any facts, anything to fight. And even if he did, they weren't going to believe that. So at the end of the day, it just was a waste of time to me. Just like it's a waste of time me talking about it right now. So, but I'm glad they gave him what he deserved, though. So,
yeah, we black folks like to hear and see a lot of play, and that's what Tariq Nasheed brings, a lot of play. And you'll be shocked. I bet if I go through the comments here, I bet a bunch of people talking about how Tariq owned this dude, right? Tariq is a one-man army. Took on all those white supremacists single-handedly. However, we do have his back, but a God usually don't need help when dealing with blue-eyed devils. Right?
like, what did he do? What did he do?
Yeah.
What did he do? They were very disrespectful. They were doing this and that and the third. At the end of the, what did he do? He didn't do anything. Like, or he was using his sexual things to say this and that. Oh, you're dying off. Maybe he could have showed some facts, or he would have pulled this. But that's what a grifter does. So I mean, I don't care about Tariq Nasheed. I don't care about this. What is that? Like the person said when the guy was talking, and said, "Shut up, shut up." Everybody shut up. So what? I mean, this was a waste of time, and this is a waste of, not to me commenting on it. But what Tariq is gonna do, what Tariq does, this is whack to me. So
let's welcome in D-Web. D-Web, how are you this week?
Hey, what's going on? Nothing much, man. Just got the little ones to bed, man. Figure out hop on, man. Talk to you guys for a minute.
Thank you for being the father that you are, and thank you for joining us right after doing all that right there. So I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem, bro. But to hit on this topic right here, I mean, it's more the same, yo. We seen with that the other guy, what's his name? Jared Taylor, I believe he had a debate with, and he got washed.
Washed him.
Yep. Washed him. Within the first like 20 minutes, it was what after that it was just like, you know, he's already dead. Stop hitting him. You know, it was over with. All he has is this very like preachy, I'm gonna make jokes, humor style. It's almost like when you're in a comedy club. If you ever seen like black comedy compared to white comedy where they set up these punchlines, then you go to black comedy club and it's more like, you know, goofy stuff off the bat. It's just a bad look, yo. You know, that preacher grifter shit. You know what I'm saying? I do find it kind of telling that once they brought up the small hats, right, he got kind of spooked, right? And say what you want to say, Professor Griff is still banned to this day, right?
You're right about
said,
that.
You know, Nick Cannon had to go on a whole apology tour before he can get his show back when he said anything. So Whoopi Goldberg, the queen of you know, was you said something, guess what happened to her? Suspension. So you can say what you want to say about them making scapegoats, but they are very powerful in that space. You know what I'm saying? Like, we even scared to say the name to a certain extent. It's like I see you say everything, but
yep.
So I'll say that. And it's also funny too. I find it that Tariq, you know, speaks of African diasporic achievements when it benefits him.
Yeah, man. God,
like, you know, like with hidden colors. Now you talking about the Moors. Don't talk about the Moors, bro. How many people have Black Americans conquered? That's why are you talking about the Moors anyway? Are they foundational Black America? They could have watched him with that point alone. You feel me? So it's like I hate that this dude is the representative for supposedly us, because he gets washed everything. He sucks. Like, he has no historical evidence. Read a book, bro. Like, you could tell he ain't read nothing ever in life. Like, dude, if you're gonna be out here doing this shtick, bro, at least have some knowledge. You can talk about Dr. Umar being a grifter all you want. Dr. Umar got facts and figures. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He can do that. They wouldn't even invite Dr. Umar to probably this because he probably wash him.
Yeah, he'll wash him.
Tariq, this dude is terrible. And ain't nobody asking about the $1 million he done stole. This dude just grifted $1 million. No museum, ain't a ground broke, ain't a shovel bought, ain't a piece of ticker tape, nothing. Just gone. You know what I'm saying? It's quite ridiculous. And like one of the last things I will talk about, and then you see this constantly too. I remember they had a clubhouse room where you had real Native Americans, you know, the ones who's on the reservation, the one who, you know, Trail of Tears, those guys. They were in a real clubhouse room and they tried to have them FBA 8-ounce cats come through and they washed them too. Get out of here with that nonsense. You know what I'm saying? We still have our oral history. We know where we came from. We still practice tradition. Who are y'all? Where y'all come from? Where your papers at? Who your family member? Who your cousin them? They didn't have any of that. Anything, just anecdotal evidence, yo. It's embarrassing at this point. And that's why I kind of been like, yo, I wash my hands of this shit, yo. Y'all cats is just embarrassing the culture, bro. It's sad, man. That's all I got.
I appreciate that, man. D-Web. Let's go back and talk to Jay. Jay came up with the island he was talking about. Jay, finish that thought that you had.
Yeah, it's Sardinia, and the flag, the dude made me conscious about that typical Moorish hat that is used everywhere. And he showed me that originally the bandana was over the eyes of the Moor.
Yeah, over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it over the eyes in this picture here.
Exactly. So and he has the earrings, the old one with the bandana over his eyes. He also still has the golden earrings.
Yeah.
So he also debunked that the Black Pete here in the Netherlands is a Moor. Right, he also debunked it that it's a slave, because if it's a slave, how does he keep his golden earrings, right? So yeah.
I see.
D-Web just pointed it out. Everywhere where this fool goes, and in every discussion he's buried, he's murdered. He's a badge of shame. That is a badge of shame. Really,
he should be. He should be. He gets washed in any of these big conversations. He gets washed. Owning. Let's hear from you on this.
Yeah, that was cringe. That was cringe. And like I said, let me pull up this video. You know, one of the comments, and you know, the whole video is like, yo, Kareem, wash these people. And it's like, you gotta be joking, right? You're like, I mean, and how disrespected. And the thing I feel is this, right? If you say one thing to Tariq Nasheed, he gonna block you. maybe, right? Like if you try to engage in some intellectual or some smart conversation, of course that's the wrong, you're knocking on the wrong door, talking to the wrong people, asking the wrong questions, but still, you go and you say, hey man, what about blah 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 blah. He's gonna block you because you're black, and you're insignificant. He gonna have these white folk. He gonna go on their platform. Now, he's not gonna come on your platform. He's not gonna come on my platform. He's not gonna go on any of our platforms, right? He gonna go on these white people's platform, right? He was a speaker, not the host, okay? And then they just gonna trash and disrespect his people, big time. Like as much as I talk about FBA, or ADOS or whatever, just the movement or what have you. You don't see me, you N-words, blah, blah, blah. That don't make no damn sense. This white boy is there. This FBA, allegedly the champions of fighting these white boys, right? He gonna tell you, shut up, you stupid N-words, right? I can't even say it. Shut up, you N-words. You ain't even you ain't. I don't want 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And it's not like he's like, okay, let's take away their speaking privileges. No, they shut the fuck up. Like, yo, that was so embarrassing. Because my thing is this: anybody, like, if that was me, if I'm sitting there, if I'm the invited guest, somebody disrespected my people, I say, yo, hold it. They ain't gonna talk about my people like that. Period. That's just common sense. The fact that his people, that this people stood by as he just sat by as this white boy just disrespected them. Talk about, and then this, we got y'all dark skin. Like, oh man, like I can't.
Yeah. What does that say about his audience though? His following.
Yo, I just can't, man. It's like that was embarrassing. Like I don't even like that crew, but like I was embarrassed, how could you continue? Like imagine you with somebody, right? Like you following somebody, and then they're gonna pretty much bow to these white folk and then be like idiots, and these white folk are just treating you like a joke. I'm telling you, man, like just a joke. I mean, like. I don't know if y'all saw this. When I did this podcast, there was this Teresa. He's a dick. He's a real dick. Like this dude. So if y'all know, the Buffalo shooter wrote on his rifle, "Buck status broken." Okay, the Buffalo shooter had some of what's circulating in these white circles. Right, is Tariq Nasheed. Just being a whole effing dumbass, right? And doing dumb shit and just embarrassing Black Americans, period. But Black people in general, but Black Americans in particular. And then on top of this, what does he do? First, he brags about it like, yeah, look at that, man. See, I'm getting around, right? And then he tries to say that Black women are at fault, because the shooter had a friend who was dating a Black woman, right? And some people say it wasn't a Black woman, like more like a mixed woman, whatever, right? But the shooter was dating this person. Now this lady, this lady ain't even engaged this white boy. She don't even know this white boy. But this white boy wrote on his gun, "Buck status broken." This white boy was intimately familiar with this and this video I saw is like a month ago. Okay. So this white boy probably even saw this video, said, look how stupid these niggas are. I shouldn't even use the word, but that's what this white boy is thinking. He's like, look how stupid they are. I'm going to gun them down because Tariq Nasheed is just a dumbass, and all these people are just dumbasses. They're not calling them out. They're not doing nothing. They're sitting by in the audience getting disrespected.
Yeah.
God. I can't.
Get $1 million, bro. That kills me, bro. We need to talk about this $1 million that we having a hard time selling t-shirts. You $1 million to this, bro. I can't. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, man. In fact, we'll make that a prompt. We'll talk a little bit more about this whole grift. Because another thing that Tariq does too, which is why he gets away with some of this stuff. This is why I like Haven Bullets so much. Because Haven doesn't give a goddamn. He goes forward and says what he has to say. and he attacks him directly, right? But this guy, Tariq, has even like doxed people. I remember he doxed like Marge Touré to try to discredit his movement and all that stuff. Bought the domain name for Black Guns Matter, by the way. I think Marge and them had to pay this dude like $25,000 or something to get ownership back, right? Like some real snake type stuff, right? And so that's how he kind of gets away with a lot of this stuff, man. Say it again.
No, I'm just like 25,000. Imagine that, you know?
Yeah.
You Mark Trey, you doing something good. You doing something meaningful, and this like I said, this dick just comes out of nowhere and takes your domain name, right? And it's like, yeah, buy it from me if you you know. And this dude's like doing a real political movement, doing real work in the community, and now he got to pay Tariq Nasheed. I can't. That's what I say. Y'all like somebody need, like, come on.
Tony.
Common sense at some point about what y'all gotta do with these grifters.
He does not represent Black Americans or African Americans. He's a.
I know that.
Yeah, he's under. When I think about Black Americans, I think about my brother Harsh Reality Podcast. What do you say when he come on? Oh, I'm on daddy duty. He taking care of his business, his family business. I think of Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari is beyond some. I gotta go. I gotta get up in the morning. I gotta do this dump truck business. You know what I mean? They're about movement. You know, you think of Afro think tank, whoever house in Nigeria. You know, these guys getting shit done. This guy,
man, look, I'm gonna say this, man.
Yeah.
Oh, let me just say this. I know it ain't all African Americans. Like, I've been new African Americans. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like this is the first. You know, like I turn on TV and street the shit. I'm like, oh wow, African American. Like, I've been in America for 30 plus years. You know what I mean? Like, I know Tariq Nasheed ain't every African American. Please, if that was the case, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'd be in prison or some shit.
Go ahead, Mr. Untouchable.
No, but he is just a. I don't know. I don't know what this brother is into, but I find the video to be fascinating, and the reason why is because they was calling him nigger in the midst of him calling them mom and sir.
Yep.
I kept calling them sir, mom, and they was like, listen here, nigga. You know what I mean? To his face, and this is the leader. He's the leader. Is this your king?
This your king.
And it is fascinating that when this man, gets in the crowd that he wants to be a part of so badly, how he's terribly mistreated, and in the crowd who is, it's distant cousins and family members and brothers. You come on his show with an accent. The first thing he asks is, "Where you from?" He didn't ask them where they from, did he?
Tether. Nope, he didn't ask them.
You know what I mean? He didn't call them disparaging names. And he didn't call the woman a hoe or a dog or anything. He called her mom in the midst of her call. Like, listen here, you nigga. This is where you come from, and this is who you are. And I find it to be fascinating. And he don't treat the people who look like him in the same way in fashion. People still support him. I am coming to an understanding that maybe we taking this approach, in particular in Ghana, in the air of the masses are people wrong. I feel that, and this is an unfortunate conclusion, I feel like sometimes the more you mistreat them and the more you speak in a negative fashion towards them, the more that it's almost like a moth attracted to a flame. I mean, they're going to be more interested in what you have to say, or they trying to get you to like them, even though you disliking them and telling them you dislike them. He'll have even foreign Black people call on the show consistently. And it's like, y'all ain't getting it. He ain't interested in what y'all got to say, and y'all continue. It's like we are attracted and we love bad treatment for some reason. And maybe I might be wrong about this, but I'm thinking that because that's all he does, not only with his own community, but the so-called tethers who we talk about. But in this panel, unfortunately, for some strange reason, he calling them mom and sir, and they calling him a nothing but a no good nigga. That is for me, that's amazing.
In the chat, Jay has a couple things he said. I'll let him say it on air in a second. Afro Native World says Tariq pulled into his melanoid bag talking about Demoz. LOL. Raw says you can call me Sister Raw. I follow King Bakari and the brethren, Mr. Untouchable. All right, Sister Raw. I appreciate you tuning in, man. I appreciate you guys letting others know about this platform as well. And all you guys who join here, I'll gladly join your platform. In fact, I think I'd like to collab in terms of network with you guys too. Jay said, does his mother-in-law, Tariq's mother-in-law, does his mother-in-law call him the N-word? Jay, speak about that a little bit.
Apparently his white mother-in-law lives with him and his wife in the house.
Yes.
And maybe he's walking on eggshells. Maybe he doesn't dare to call these people cracker and etc. Because his mother-in-law is there with him. I'm you know, it blows me away. And it's true. The dude said shut up, and they all shut up, and that's what triggered my first. That's the proof these people are white supremacists lapdog. They bark at us black people, or even bite. And they look over their shoulder if white people see them do that. See, I'm not the danger for you. See. The picture that I have of these people was completed with this fragment.
By the way, earlier, Gas Him Up is in the chat still. He said FBA are a distraction. Peace to that, brother. Didn't have a good connection tonight. Hopefully we'll get him back next week. Does anyone else want to add a last word to this prompt?
Hey, look, man, to hell with Tariq and the FBA, some damn black American. We African American. That's what our ancestors called themselves. Something is wrong with our people. They want this damn entertainment for whatever reason. Tariq can slide his ass somewhere else. Anybody with good sense ain't gonna have nothing to do with that cat. He's a clown. He's a thief. He even trademarked. He had trademarked the name Foundation of Black America.
Yeah, he did.
And I asked someone, how can your lineage, if it's a lineage, how the hell somebody trademark your lineage?
Meanwhile, he knocked ADOS for the same thing, by the way.
Yep, he damn sure did.
Yeah.
Yep, American African sound good too, Jose. Hey, but look, I'm watching Devin Haney kick this white boy ass. It's the last 2 rounds, so.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I'm gonna tune out for a second.
Do your thing. Any other last words from anyone on the panel as far as this promo?
Not to be taking for Tariq, but he did. I think Tariq was trying to troll them when he was calling them sir and ma'am. I don't think he really meant that shit. But it was a way to try to get underneath somebody's skin when they, not to try to take for him or nothing like that. But he did.
I get what you're saying, but it won't get under their skin. That's
I know, right? Next thing you know, he's gonna say master.
Yeah,
get under my skin, master. Master. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Ain't no getting under the skin with that.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for calling me master. I get where Zoe's coming from, but that ain't gonna move them people, and he knows that too, which makes me question why he would say it. That yes sir and no sir shit to begin with. Shoot the breeze topic number 9 tonight. Low IQ sperm is the prompt. Let's see what the link takes us to. It says sperm donor fathered 15 children despite DNA condition. So this lunatic here, James McDougall, donated sperm to lesbian couples. So again, sperm donor fathered 15 children despite DNA condition. A man fathered 15 children after advertising his sperm on social media despite having an inheritable condition, a court has heard. James McDougall has a genetic condition, which means his children could have learning difficulties. At the court hearing last week, he was told he would not be able to contact 3 of his children. A judge allowed him to be identified to protect other people planning to use private sperm donors. So this brings us to a section called Complex Character. The 37-year-old's application to have contact with 4 of his children was heard at Derby Crown Court. During the hearing, it was revealed that he has Fragile X syndrome, an inherited condition that cannot be cured. Despite knowing this, he still advertised his sperm for use by lesbian couples on social media. In a written judgment, presiding judge Mrs. Justice Levine said he showed fundamental irresponsibility by acting as a sperm donor, adding, quote, took advantage of the woman's desire to have children. She described him as a complex character who suffered from learning difficulties and was on the autistic spectrum. The court reviewed Mr. McDougal's application to have contact with the 4 children who are cared for by 3 mothers. He regularly met with the first child, named as R, between October 2019 and March 2020, despite signing an agreement prior to donating sperm that he would not have contact. Sorry. However, Justice Levin said the 3-page document was in highly legalistic language, which have been difficult to read even for a lawyer. Within the document, he did admit to having Fragile X syndrome, but there was no explanation of what it meant. The 25-year-old mother, named as SW, struggled to read and said she did not look at all of the agreement. So this is a section called Loses Control. 2 weeks after R was born, Mr. McDougal was asked if he wanted to meet his child. He then had regular contact with R, though SW deliberately tried to minimize his access. Referring to an incident where Mr. McDougal was arrested in June 2020, Justice Levin said, quote, he has a general demeanor as someone who gets very frustrated and loses control when he does not get what he wants, end of quote. She said he was once prosecuted for harassment, calling SW's partner 77 times in December 2020. Using Mr. McDougal's sperm, SW later had a second child, referred to at the hearing as P. This time, SW did not sign an agreement stating that the 37-year-old could not have contact with the child, but Justice Levin said it was entirely clear she did not want him to see the 2-year-old. Justice Levin voiced concerns with SW's evidence, stating she lied about receiving about 7,000 pounds from Mr. McDougal. However, she refused his application, listing concerns over the welfare of SW, R, and P. This shit is weird. She said that R, now 3, was still not verbal and is behaviorally challenged. The second mother, referring to as EG, was said to be more capable of dealing with Mr. McDougal. She was clear throughout that she did not want the sperm donor to have any contact with her child, known as N. Due to the fraught relationship between Mr. McDougal and the 26-year-old, Justice Levine said she had no desire for him to be involved, refusing his application. He also applied for a change of conditions to an existing contact order with the 4th child. McDougal has had contact with the child known as K, who recognized him as their father. The court adjourned this hearing to a later date. Concluding the report, Justice Levin took the unusual step of allowing Mr. McDougal to be named. She said she had no confidence he had stopped donating sperm, or that he would fully explain his condition to any prospective mothers. Therefore, she allowed him to be named in the public interest as a consequence of the decisions he has made. She said there was a very specific benefit in him being named in the hope that women will look him up on the internet and see his judgment. Sperm donor fathered 15 children, despite being basically retarded. Zuli looks like he jumped off, but in the chat, he put LMAO. He says, why would they not go to a sperm bank? Personally, it sounds to me that they are a little bit touched as well. It's not just him. Let's go to D-Web. D-Web, what say you to this story?
Man, y'all stole my punchline, man. I was gonna say, who buys sperm? This is a fucking couch. Like, what do you do? Yo, if I was a judge and that came across my case, came across my document, I'm throwing it out. Like you said, bro, they sound a little touch myself. If you're buying sperm, don't you know males? Are there no males in your family? You have a brother? What's going on here, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand this at all. And is he making money off this? Because I need me some extra income. So I may just if you see me on social media, mind your own business. Okay, because I need some extra. This is ridiculous. This should have been number 10. We could have went out with a good laugh, but I don't know what to say about this, man. Like, good luck and Godspeed, man. I don't know.
This dude will probably look at one of us like the dummy too. You know, that's the crazy part, too. You not selling sperm on? You know, no, I'm not selling sperm on the goddamn internet. But he would think he's smarter than us. Jay, you just heard that whole shit I read just now. Low IQ sperm. What have you to say?
Yeah, I think we all agree that that the clients are also mentally challenged, man.
Yeah, they're going.
In general, I think homosexuality must go back into the almanac of diseases, right? They pulled it out in 1971, I believe, and it must go back because with all these LGBTQ issues worldwide, it's evident that it's a mental it's at least a personality disorder, right? So here we have 3 ladies, right? They what I understood that the 3 of them grow 4 of this dude's sperm results together, right? It's one big mental fuck, right? it's 3 challenged, mentally challenged or emotionally challenged women that you know, I don't know if the other brother meant to say that, but a brother of another lady could have. I mean, you have Lady A, Lady B, Lady C, right? Lady A could have been impregnated by the brother of Lady B, right? And Lady B could have been impregnated by the brother of Lady A, etc., etc. I mean, no man at all. You have to go buy sperm of a retard. It's, you know, it's man. It's confused, and these people need to go back into the almanac mentally challenged.
Back in undergrad days, I heard a white boy tell a white girl, "Hey, get away from me with your retarded pussy." And I couldn't help but think about that story, that thing that happened the whole time I was reading that article. We got Tanzan in the chat. Hey, Tanzan, how are you? Glad to see you here. Saying greetings, Bitter Medicine Podcast. Glad to see you, Tanzan. Hope you're well, by the way. Urzuli came back on. I guess he wanted to talk some shit about this retarded bullshit. Urzuli, what say you?
Yo, I don't understand. Yo, a couple of years back, there was a dude going to meet women in public bathrooms and giving
New York,
them,
right?
Yeah. This man must have fathered 50, and there was a Caucasian man. Like, these Caucasian boys, like, yo, are they the top genetically? Like, yo, how is this man right here he is touched and he's still selling sperm? Like, I don't get it. And like the brother just said, yo, don't your sister, don't you got a cousin, a brother that could do that and you could do the same? Like,
well, not a brother, but a brother's friend or something, yeah.
Oh yeah. Like, are they, well, do they not want to spend the money? Or like the men, they said, and he's still, and obviously he's not low IQ, he's still selling sperm.
he might be retarded, but the dude is a businessman. Yeah, real talk.
He's still, for real. He might be slow, but he's still got the business of selling sperm. What the fuck?
You know what my big question was while I was reading this too is, what's the race of the women involved in this stuff? Because this clearly is a white boy. Is it also white women on this, or is it black women desperate for some bullshit who did this? Right? Let's hear from Oni.
Painful. Don't go there, please.
I know, right? I had to bring it up, but
well, I know the race. The race is Down syndrome, obviously. Because like, how in the world? Nah, man. Because like, you saw the lady. She's like, no disrespect to people with Down syndrome, obviously, but still, like, the lady is going to talk about. I read the document. Like, apparently, the dude writes in the document.
Fragile X syndrome.
All genetic defect. And she's like, I didn't know how to read it. And you're like, okay, I mean, that's fine. I mean, it don't really make much sense, but that's fine. But then it's like, the dude's been harassing me for 2 years. So I bought more spread from him. Yeah. Like, what? What? You know, and then it's like, oh man, then it's like, we didn't do an agreement. And it was just couldn't be understood. Like, no, you got like this dude, this dude on the slower side, and then the warp, like he just preying on the dumb. And this is basically the white version of the TV Nasheed at this point. Like he just playing on the dumb. How this dude got 15 kids? I mean, nah, I'm sorry. At first I was like, just skip past because this is just dumb. Like how dumb. Nah, this is all around. I hope it's white folk.
Tariq Nasheed might do this in the future too. You know.
You said what? Tariq Nasheed?
Yeah, he might do some shit like this.
Oh yeah, FBA DNA. Oh yeah, man. He gonna list the same dumb thing. He probably got some old failure X disease too, and then you gonna bite it up. Oh man, don't let him see this, man. Don't let him see this. I'm telling you, man, he gonna be selling that FBA DNA. Oh man.
Boy. It's unbelievable. Tan says, did I come in on the sperm talk? Unfortunately, you did. Let us know what you think about the topic. Mr. Untouchable, man. Low IQ sperms. What do you have to say?
No, I was just thinking about that hustle you just told me about just now. If Tariq Nasheed offer FBA sperm, I mean, he'd make a lot of money off of that shit, man.
People will buy it, yeah.
Considering who his audience is, goodness, man, them chicks will be buying that shit $30,000 a piece. But
start giving them ideas.
Oh goodness, man. Let me don't put them ideas out there. I think that the women want babies. At the end of the day, that's a biological thing. I would only say for women who are having a difficult time having kids, man, adopt these black kids. A lot of black kids without parents.
Yeah, man.
Don't just consider that, man. But if you a lesbian chick, you know what I mean, 2 lesbian chicks, and y'all kind of like Queen Latifah-esque, you know, take a trip to the Bahamas, man. Let me knock that out. Yeah. But I would just say try to adopt.
Oh my God.
Hey,
Elutra sleeping, man.
How you know that? Anyways, but but that I would adopt. I would try to look around and see if I could adopt some kids. You know, see how that works out, because it's a lot of kids out here who need parents, and I know the women want to have babies and they having a difficult time. So, you know, I understand. Even the retarded girls will have babies. So
we might have to put a moratorium on them retarded women.
Yeah, I understand. I feel that. You know,
we might have to put a moratorium on that. That's a crazy story. If no one else has anything to add, let's go to the last topic for tonight. Make sure you guys tune into the Pro Black Perspective tomorrow morning at Sunday morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. He's continuing the Enemies Within. Make sure to tune out. That's actually a real good series. I see Mr. Untouchable just be passing through KW Dawn 7 and Bobby E. Wright, etc. Be there. Shout out to the matron too. I didn't see the matron this week, but shout out to the matron. Tanzan says weather was great, and I got a break from FBA and sperm donors. So Tanzan is out there living it up. Should Breeze topic number 10 is YouTube pretend black revolutionary sensation Grandmaster Jezzy is down for the count. Will other internet black radicals come to his rescue? This came with a link. While that organizes itself, you know, it's going to take a minute. Sister Raw says, we black women have children. Everyone else have kids. Understand? That's an interesting comment right there.
Yes,
I guess I mean everyone else has animals, right? Like
she told me that about that before. Kids and children. Yeah. Respect, Raw.
Hi everyone, Mark Barden here.
All right. This video seems like it's about to play. But I heard that before back home too. Like goats have kids, you know. humans have children. I once asked this St. Lucian woman, who was kind of crazy too. I was talking to some people about St. Lucia, and I saw her walking by, and I said, "Hey, weren't you raised in St. Lucia?" And this crazy woman says to me, she says, "Only
of a militia group. Now,
only hogs and cows are raised. I was brought up. What are you trying to say?" And I'm like, God damn. You too with the Fragile X, huh? Let's go to this video. Again, the prompt is right there on the screen. Let's see what this video has to say.
tied to Louisville, could spend more than 20 years in prison. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Tom Lally. A jury convicted John Johnson, better known as Grandmaster Jay, of assaulting, resisting, or impeding officers during the protests in 2020. Some wonder why these specific charges were chosen and what they'll mean for his sentencing. The WHAS 11 night team's Ford Sanders finds out.
The conviction rate in U.S. District Court is not good for defendants. Generally, the conviction rate exceeds 90%.
Grandmaster Jay, now a part of that statistic. He faced 2 counts after being indicted in December 2020. One was assaulting, resisting, or impeding officers engaged in official duty, as well as brandishing a firearm in relation to a crime of violence.
There are basically 3 levels of punishment in this statute. Level 1 is a misdemeanor. Level 2 is up to 8 years. He got the enhanced penalty of up to 20 years because this enhanced penalty requires whoever in the commission of acts described in subsection A uses a deadly or dangerous weapon.
Thomas Clay is an attorney in Louisville and says with the way the law is written, the presence of the firearm led to why prosecutors chose the most serious of possible charges. Jeffersonville, Indiana attorney Larry Wilder says there is also another layer to that first count, and that comes down to who was actually on the roof.
Add the layer of the
Also another layer to that first count, and that comes down to who was actually on the roof.
add the layer of the federal officers. You add the layer of the gun, and then it becomes the federal officer enhances it.
So what happens when it comes to conviction? A jury of 16 sat in on all 4 days of the trial, hearing witnesses, being shown evidence, and hearing Grandmaster Jay testify.
The benefit of going to trial in front of a jury is the jury hears the evidence and they decide which side they believe.
And when it came to the makeup of the jury, well, they were mostly white, and lawyers tell me that this isn't necessarily uncommon for federal trials.
Jefferson County, Kentucky, Greater Louisville, there's a lot fewer minorities. There's a concentration. When you get to the federal courts, and the federal district encompasses such a large area of a not so diverse state, then you're going to get a primarily
I think we get the gist down. I apologize. My desktop. I think we get the idea there. John Master Jay. Is that what they call him again? I think it's a Grandmaster Jay. They got him hemmed up. And they got him hemmed up in such a way. They don't even really know the law to this, if you notice. They have to look this up and read up on the shit. Because they just hemmed him up. They railroaded him. And by the way, Tariq Nasheed actually played a little bit of a role in the public view of this guy as well. I remember they had the centennial celebration of Marcus Garvey, and Oni was on that panel with Nation State of Mind. And I remember someone brought it up, and everyone on that panel was like, Yeah, I think Grandmaster Jay is a federal op or some shit like that. And a lot of what the people were saying on that panel was just mirroring what Tariq was saying about the guy the whole time. So I think Tariq is actually an agent provocateur as well. But let's talk about what we see here. Let's shake it up a little bit. Let's go to Oni first. Oni, what say you to this?
Well, I'll say that I don't remember that panel. But it's like I was on the panel. I was on the panel. All right.
You might have been on the panel at the time, but you were on one of those panels during that celebration. This was when I think it was when Baruti was talking.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Man. Oh, okay. Yeah, that event. I was like, I was on the panel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So about this, I mean, yeah, that's just what it is. Like they I mean, real talk, when he was doing his stuff, like black folk kind of distanced themselves. They didn't believe him, they didn't trust him.
Mhm.
And then now they just lock him up. Like this, like the white boy has this system in place, you know, where he's not like they said, he's not looking for no black messiah. I'm not saying this guy was a black messiah or he wasn't, but the reality is this, that the white boy is not playing, you know.
Mhm.
Like if I were, like, let's say you're you know, let's say there's a 50-year-old white boy, okay? He sees black folk mobilizing and militarizing in the middle of the streets. He calls up his senator. You know, what the fuck is going on? You know? And that's it. Now, it could be that the dude was just clowning, the dude was just pretending. It don't matter. The 50-year-old white boy, he don't know what's going on. He just sees a bunch of black folk militarizing and all that kind of shit. He's like, nah, this ain't gonna happen. You guys lock him up. Period.
Mhm.
You know? And so we playing around, we clowning around, we well, I don't believe this is not the real revolution, this ain't that, blah, 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 blah. That's fine. But the reality is that, you know, we're in this white boy's country, and this white boy is not going to have, you know, like he's not even going to have pretend. Like if you play in costume ball, that's fine. He don't give a shit, you know, and he's not supposed to. It's like real talk. If I was in if we were in a free African country and then you see a bunch of white boys marching and mobilizing, and they might be playing games. They might be like, you know, we just trying to show you guys how radical we gotta be, men, and stand up. If I'm sitting out in a black free country and I see a bunch of white folk mobilizing, oh no, this ain't what we fought for. This ain't what we died for. And you know, y'all might be like, this white boy ain't fighting and died for this country. Yeah, like he really did fight these motherfucking natives. You know, he really did.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it was an easier fight for him, but he did it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you know, yeah. I mean, like, you know, it is like this is what, like, unfortunately, people didn't come behind this guy, and the reality is that even if you did come behind this guy, you'd have just been facing 25 years too.
Right.
You know, that's it.
Right. In the chat, Tanzan said they are trying to get everyone. Wow. While their crazy kids can easily get and recklessly use guns. Raw Ito, Sister Raw says, they not fucking around crew should not have been fucking around. Understand? Yeah. Jay was in the chat earlier. He said, damn, to this story. Jay, you're here with us. What say you to this story?
Yeah, the previous brother, I forgot.
Oni.
Oh, yeah. So I see a pattern, right? When we how you call it, spit out one of our people,
mm-hmm.
the white man can get him easily, right?
Easy, yeah.
Just like Bill Cosby said that we could do better, and we went against them like little sport brats, and there you go. They caught him with ancient old hippie on drugs sex, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And so you give the example of Tariq going after Jam. I always I make the same mistake. Jam Master J, you know,
Grandmaster
J, and a few other people that had doubts about his intentions, and boom, they get after him. And the previous brother said you would have gotten the same 25 on your ass. I don't know if they would have got him if he would have support.
Mm.
You know, we abandon our one of ours. He's isolated, and boom, they get him. That's what I think.
Yeah, you can see that commonly a lot of times. A black person who steps up out there. Now, you might not like everything they have to do and say, but once they get put on that island, once the powers that be realize that we don't really like what you're doing, we're going to isolate you. And once they isolate you, they tend to cut you down. Let's go to D-Web, man. D-Web, what say you to this?
Yeah, this is kind of a weird one. This is kind of complicated, convoluted one. I don't know how much I believe in the legitimacy of the NFAC. They shot more of themselves than actually shot any ops. You know, if you look at the negligent discharges they've had, and I question the training and the vetting that goes on with that group. You know what I'm saying? It's more so just marching around with rifles. You know,
Right.
I don't know how much I believe in that. And also this cat's he has a convoluted past as well, man. Like I want to say he got like domestic charges, point a rifle at his wife, supposedly. You know, supposedly.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna, go anywhere because you never know what these stormtroopers might say and lie. Also, he had like some stuff. He was like impersonating DJ Jazzy Jeff or something. Like it's some weird.
That did happen. And he was like a bodyguard for Trump or something like that.
Yeah, he has such. I don't know what to think about this dude. I would personally just steer clear. But he's facing state charges and also Fed charges. As we know, the Feds have a 90% conviction rate. So good luck. You know what I'm saying?
97%, yeah.
Yeah, it's over 90%. And so it's like, all right, see you going to November, baby. So it's convoluted. I gotta do more research into this dude, man, because I can't pin him down. But of course, we know nobody's gonna do nothing about this. You know what I'm saying?
No.
He's gone.
He's
so
done.
as far as the prompt goes, with black radicals come to this, ain't nobody fucking get the fuck out. A lot of the people that murdered us in cold blood on TV are still like living their lives.
Yep.
Some of them are millionaires now, due to the donations they received and stuff like that. So, as far as somebody coming to this dude rescue, hell no. Good luck. Hope you got a good lawyer, bro. That's all I got.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Mr. Untouchable, I guess Uzuli had to step out. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
I would only say that these brothers need to stop playing pretend. I understand that everybody likes Halloween and they like to play dress up, but stop playing pretend. If you call yourself, listen what he calls it, the not fucking around crew, right? What's the name of and Zimmerman still walking around free in Florida. Yeah. He don't feel afraid for his life. You know what I mean? These guys are YouTube entertainers. You know what I mean? Because I don't see the need for all the parade and pageantry. The time for that is over. If you are serious, like you say, see Michael Johnson them, and I don't like to discuss these things over the internet, but Michael Johnson them, they were serious about what they was into.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
There was action.
They was in the try to explain none of that shit. You know what I mean? If you have a so-called militia or army or whatever to invoke justice, what you perceive as justice within America, then why are you getting in front of CNN explaining your political positions? Why are you doing that? You know what I mean? You are going after the people who perpetrate crimes and assaults against your people. It's simple as that. You ain't fucking around. This guy wanted to be, he played a dummy. When you play dummy games, you get dummy prizes. So I don't wish jail and prison on nobody. Lord knows. But I would only say that, you play them games, you're going to get dummy prizes. And while you do that, all the people who you was trying to say you so-called, he can't even point to a person who you say he get so-called justice for. You know what I mean? Because the girl is still dead and her killer is still walking free. Trayvon Martin is dead, and Zimmerman still walking free. All them people who he was claiming he was defending, they still walking around. They don't feel no threat for their life. And right now, this so-called NFAC is about to be disbanded. Why? Because it was a one leader movement. And when you cut off the head, the snake dies. And this is unfortunate, but it is what it is. You know, like I say, man, you want to be an entertainer, you get that prize. You know, see you later.
In the chat, Sister Raw says she thinks he was sent to identify some Hebrew Israelites that have been classified as extremists. He talked a lot of Hebrew Israelite stuff. Understand? Did you guys see like D-Web? To be honest with you, when I see these guys walking around all black with a bunch of rifles over their shoulder, I rather go watch Seinfeld than watch that bullshit, to be honest, right? So I just tuned him out. I never really took him seriously, to be honest. I have to look him up a little bit deeper. But were you guys aware that he was heavily on this Hebrew Israelite thing?
No, I wasn't. But at the same time, like you said, I know people, not to talk too much on here, that are making some moves and they don't talk about it.
Yeah.
They're not parading around and nothing like that. Like, the only reason I know about the stuff is because they tell me stuff. You feel me? They trust me. People who actually doing real stuff, they're not parading on CNN. They're walking around with rifles on the shoulder. And they're definitely not sitting there building a so-called army with people they don't even know are trained to handle the rifles and guns that they're bringing and shooting them. It was more embarrassing than anything, I've seen a lot of these, organizations that are on the other side laughing about this. Like, this is what y'all got. They shooting themselves. Negligent discharge after negligent discharge. People walking around with kits and with armor with no plates in them because it's hot outside. But why you got the armor on? It was just embarrassing in general. If you know anything about that industry, anything about arms and firearms in general and armor, anything, it was terrible, man. Some of the things you've seen, and it just was more propaganda for the other side to use. Like, look at this is the biggest threat you face. So to me, like, even if you not ops, you ops, because you're presenting, like Tariq Nasheed, you're presenting this image that this is what black people are about. When there's a lot of us who behind the scenes who are about our business and we don't talk about it and don't posture. So to me, like, even if he ain't fed, he fed. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean.
Absolutely. And you can't name me one white militia personality that's out there. You don't even know who they friggin' are. And they have hundreds of them around the country. Hundreds. To a point to where it's almost like a national emergency. And you don't even know who these people are. Don't even know this guy is on the internet all the time giving fucking speeches. What are you doing? That's it's playing pretend. It's playing pretend. You know what I mean? So for me, he's been a entertainment for me for a long time, and he's he's gonna go his natural course, which is in jail. So goodbye, Grandmaster Jeezy.
Here's a question for all of you guys. What should we think of the Black Panthers in their time, in black fatigues and whatnot?
I was waiting for my turn to make this comparison.
Go ahead, Jay.
It's a habit that we have. Two habits. One, we want to be heard so bad, and two, we want to group so bad that we take in anything and everything. Just like the Black Panthers, anything and everything.
What says the rest of you guys?
The brother these people, let me call him a brother, but these people who are committing the most damage, what do they call them? They call them lone wolves. Yeah. Even though they probably have major support in different areas. You don't even see, these are nameless faces of people who encourage these so-called lone wolves to pull off what they pull in. This guy making speeches, just like the Black Panther. Great speeches, but where are they now? Where are they now? It's like I say, man, you cut off some of these people's heads and the organization will die. Because it's to me, it's a cult with a gun, personality cult. You follow the personality. All these guys want to get laid from a lot of black women and white women, by the way, because they're attracted to this shit too. And at the end of the day, the organization falters when the so-called leaders of these organizations are put in jail or killed because they ain't serious about so-called organization and doing something that's necessarily beneficial for their communities. It's just, for me, it's just sloganeering and trying to be seen. You know, these guys, they should go into hip hop. They should be rap. These are all failed rappers.
Now, again, this is for the whole panel. It seems like most of the folks, or at least half of the folks here, have a certain outlook on this stuff. Do we say the same thing now when we look back, and D. Webb is from Chicago, when we look back at the chairman and his group of the Rainbow Coalition, as well as the Panthers in Chicago, do we think that's the same thing that was happening back then? What we see here with Grandmaster Jay?
Well, I mean, I'll say this, right? One, I mean, see, Grandmaster Jay, the way how he came out, it was like an obvious trap, you know? Mm-hmm. It was just an obvious trap. It's kind of like what the sister's saying about, oh, he might have just been there to identify the Black Identity Extremists, right? The BIEs, right? And then you know, so what's going with him is just the classic what white people do, how they did it, like how they did this to Saddam Hussein, they did this to they tried to do this to Mugabe. You know, they kind of get you on their side, get you to identify the radicals, get you to, you know, position yourself, and then when they don't need you anymore, they toss you in a, you know, in a, I don't know how big the cell is, but they toss you into it, right? That's it. As far as, you know, the Black Panthers, like the Black Panthers had the excuse, you know, they had the excuse of, well, they didn't really know much about this COINTELPRO stuff, you know, like it was kind of hitting them new. I mean, it was something that was going on. No, COINTELPRO wasn't what was going on with Garvey, but, you know, CIA and them, they were going after Garvey, but they probably weren't too familiar with that. Today, you don't have that excuse. You know, there's a document that, you know, Black Panthers circulated afterward, and they said, you know, we should have separated our organization into an underground military element and an overground political element. You know, that's kind of like how the Mau Mau did it, you know, but like basically you're not supposed to have your underground political, you know, your violent element integrated with your political element, in the sense that the violent element is supposed to be, you know, it's supposed to be guerrilla, you know, because again, you're in America, right? The reality is this, that if you're talking about, like I said, strategically, right? You know, the reason why guerrilla warfare is appealing to people is that it says, you know, I think it was as one of the books I recommend everybody read, which is Kwame Nkrumah's Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare. Okay. So Kwame Nkrumah's like, look, the reason why you do guerrilla warfare is because you're not going to win a straight up fight with the colonists, period. Now, as far as America is concerned, you're not going to win a straight up fight with America. And then add to that, I mean, it's not like it's impossible. It's not to say it's impossible. But then, as D. Wes pointed out, if you have just an embarrassing level of recruits, you damn sure ain't gonna beat America in a straight up fight. So if you're not gonna beat them in a straight up fight, then why do they know who you are? You know, like why do they know your address? Why do they know your face? Why do they why are you on camera? If you can't win a straight up fight, you know, the way how guerrilla warfare work is like you're supposed to use your speed to your advantage. You know what I'm saying? That's to say that if you could hit somebody and then leave before they can respond, right? It's like imagine that shooting, the school shooting that the guy did. If he went inside of there, shot up the school, and left 5 minutes later, right? Then that's it. It's like matter of fact, there was a brother who did that. He was on the subway, he shot up the subway, and then he just left, and then he had to turn himself in. You know what I mean? The point is that if you are attacking in that way, that's what you're supposed to be doing. But if you out there, hey everybody, I'm gonna attack this place, they already got you.
Yeah, they got you.
That's not how guerrilla it's already so strategically, you know, warped. It's not even like Mr. Touch was talking about. It's the one man organization. That's not the problem. The problem is that it's a fool.
The problem is maybe to identify as American. If I'm an American, this dude, this Grandmaster Jay, he was not the bodyguard of Trump. He was an ex candidate. You know, so he probably no, not probably. He believes he's an American citizen because he tried to become the president of the United States, and that's why he was sitting there back.
All right.
Behind Trump. He was invited as an ex candidate, and so the error that is made is I'm an American citizen and I'm going to attack America. No, that's you know, I'm an American citizen, but America is my enemy. That's a common error that is made in the diaspora, even by us immigrants, right? So of course you guys are going to fall in that trap. Like I'm an American citizen, or I'm a Jamaican citizen, or I'm a Suriname citizen. These are all colonial districts.
Absolutely. Tanzan says, not exactly. At least the Panthers had some organization and principles behind them, even if they were misguided. Sister Ross says, black people all over this planet have been a tool for everyone else but us. Let's go to D Webb. Let's hear from you about that question I asked in terms of the Panthers. Should we view the Panthers like we view the Not Fucking Around crew, for example, Grandmaster Jay and whatnot?
Nah, you got a convoluted talking there. I've been fortunate enough, and then I think you included the chairman, who honestly he was on some money shit. That's why he was on some Frank Lucas shit. But
okay.
But to speak on that, you know, even dealing with the Panthers are not and were not a cohesive unit. To this day, they're not a cohesive unit. They just had a split. You know what I'm saying? Because there's certain people that think the organization should go one way, when people think they should be more militant and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? So these are not even a conjoined unit. If you actually go into the details of that, you know, that's why I hate talking in generalizations. You know what I'm saying? You know, and talking to the homies, shoot a shout out to you know, I had an interview with General Aziz.
Yes.
He informed me some things that's going on with the Panthers, and they've had several splinters, you know, to this day. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be cognizant of that, you know. And that's one thing I try to preach too, is that just because you're melanated don't mean you're on the same team, you know. And we kind of got to switch our mind state and realize that, you know, we always bring up this example that, you know, white people come together to oppress black people and all this, but at the same time, they still fight each other, right? They're still not a cohesive unit. If they got to do a mission together, they do that mission. But at the same time, they don't say that this person is a representative of me. You know what I'm saying? If you talk to a Spanish person, they would be insulted if you said a British person was a representative of them. But we look at them as the same white supremacists. We kind of got to take that same stance, yo. If you're a Pan-African, and even in Pan-Africanism splinters, but if you got to look at your group as your group and vet that group and move with that group. And if you need to do joint missions, you do joint missions. But you also realize that you have a different mission and a different goal, right? So you need to initially get the boot off your neck. Once you get the boot off your neck, right, then you can have the big fight. But you also need to realize that you might not necessarily have the same goals. You might not necessarily have the same ambitions as this other person who just happens to be the same color as you. You feel me? And we got to realize that. And I think that's a big problem we have now, is that, like, we look at these. I think we had a discussion the other week with what's that internet chick, Simone B, and she representative of black people Simone, and all. Yeah, B Simone. These are different people than you. Right. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yes, her tan looks the same as your tan. You feel me? But this is a different person than you, and we have to kind of realize that. And once we kind of get past that and realize, like, this person not working with me, and then once we get the boot off our neck, they may actually be your enemy at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? And you got to realize that. And that's kind of why I want to leave that at, and that's all I got for this, bro.
Mr. Untouchable, I'll give you the last word here. As far as the Panthers, should we juxtapose them with these guys today?
No, I do think that the Panthers was a little bit more organized, but no, I would have to leave it to the expert, the soldier in the room, you know. So he's from Chicago, by the way, so he probably understand more about these matters than I do. But I would leave it to the expert as far as the strategy we need to use and as far as organization goes, I'd leave it to the expert in the room. You know.
All right, that's Shoot the Breeze topic number 10. We did our 10 topics. We're going to call that a night tonight. I want to thank everyone who was on the panel. D-Web, Jay, gassed them up earlier, Uzuli as well, Brother Bakari, Oni, Mr. Untouchable. I want to thank everyone who was in the chat. I'm not going to be able to remember everyone, but Sister Raw, Tanzan, Kevin Carray, Daily Affirmations by Pauline, Janelle, Coach Pete, KW Don 7, and anyone else who I might have missed. Thank you all for participating. Trust me, we'll have a bunch of good topics next week as well, because there was a lot of topics I couldn't even get to tonight. I feel like I may have even skipped a topic tonight. Yeah, there's a lot of people I couldn't get to tonight. So we'll discuss it next week. Until then, you guys be good. Make sure you guys check out Oni at 11 a.m. in the morning, Eastern Standard Time, talking about the enemies within. Again, it's summertime now. I'm just going to do the Shoot the Breeze on Saturday. I don't think I'm going to do much shows during the week, except maybe some interviews here and there. But D-Web, you want to shout out anything?
No, just be looking for the relaunch towards the end of summer. Like I said,
Yes,
sometime we're kind of gonna shut it down, but we'll be back in the summer. New revamped way. We probably going live too. So that's all we got.
Okay, Jay, you want to shout out anything?
Shout out to you. I missed the first part. I'm going to put on my headphones and start the day with the start of this show.
Okay, I appreciate you too, Jay. And you guys check out Gaston Up and Jay's show on Friday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, either 8 or 8:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, we missed one yesterday because to be honest, we weren't that prepared. So we skipped.
Yeah, Gaston Up told us that earlier in the chatter. Zulism says, didn't Dick Gregory say the Panthers were controlled opposition? That's something for you guys to think about. Oni, what do you want to shout out before we go?
Just make sure y'all check out the program next week. I'm looking to see this Harsh Reality live. I want to see what that's like.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
But other than that, yeah, tomorrow is just a couple of enemies. I mean, I'm going to talk about that lady who threw that man's mother's ashes.
Oh god damn. Yeah.
I mean, say it's not real, but shit. But they got somebody who really did it. So
yeah, someone really did it, and then someone did like a skit on it on TikTok.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. But I don't know, man. It's like,
pass me.
We got some enemies within. So yeah, excited for tomorrow.
All right. Sister Ross says, give thanks for the reasoning, my brethren. So that's for all of you guys who are here tonight. Again, we'll be back next Saturday with a lot of interesting topics again. I want to thank everyone one last time for tuning in. I'll see you guys next week. You guys take care. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.